Hello.
Thanks, mate. I'd say we're making into the next game. I'd say the first game. Thanks. How are you? You all set? How'd you pull up? Yeah, good. Do you want to come up in 10 minutes, Rick, and have a chat about your role?
Yeah, I've had part of the role. We have to pick up some kids.
Okay, don't.
I'll be back.
Grab your comfy chair, Jeff.
I can sit on them.
You can sit there. No, I'm gonna film.
Hey?
So, Matty, who's driving us out?
Cool.
Good morning, everybody, and welcome to the Bujiman Carnival here in the Central Kimberley Football League. And I'm with the boss, or the football manager, has been for many years. And I always say, Jeff Davis, because it's spelt Jeff Davis, but it's actually Jeff Davies, isn't it?
No, it's Jeff Davis.
Oh, good, I'm right.
You're right.
I've been right the whole time.
Yeah, the people here get it wrong.
Oh, good. Well, it's as it's spelt. And thanks for joining us. So, where are we at the moment? So the first game was supposed to start at 11. What's our plan from the rest of the day, do you think?
The plan for the rest of the day has shifted somewhat. One of the things that we've learned, I guess, from the beginning of previous seasons is that getting the remote communities to be able to access town and to be organised enough to, participate in what we're trying to do. It was called the Bujiman Carnival, but it's now the Bujiman pre-season event, if you like to call it that.
Yes.
And so, like the first game, we were supposed to have Riveroos playing the Baylor Bulldogs. Now, Baylor Bulldogs is only 12 or so k's out of town, but Riveroos sort of come from everywhere, and they're a bit of a throw-together town team. So, one of the issues that we've always had is at the beginning of the season, particularly after law business and the wet and all of those sort of things, it's quite difficult for the managers and whatever to pull the teams together. So this event is actually put in place to almost be the first of the sort of smelling the liniment and then getting the guys in and registering them and then having them focus for the first round, which is 2 weeks away.
Yeah, so it doesn't happen in round one.
No, so it doesn't happen because it's happened in round one before.
Yes.
Now, it's interesting, if you went back 15 years, the teams were much more organised. There were a lot more resources around. So, for instance, you could jump in the back of a truck from Nookumbar,
yes,
and you could drive to town. Well, you can't now sit in the back of a truck anymore. And then, the next thing was, if we don't have trucks, we'll go to troop carriers. And now you can't sit in troop carriers that have got non-front facing seats. Right. And then the other thing is that getting licensing done for people to get their licence or hold their licences and not end up getting done for DD or whatever, yes, is very difficult. And so the having drivers that can actually get vehicles to drive them into town is a yes, problem. Yep. So as a league, we've now got two 22-seater buses. Two have gone out this morning to pick people up. One's on his way back in now, and that game hopefully will start in an hour or so, and they'll be the Wonka Jonka Crows. They're about 130 k's out.
Yes.
Nookumbar Blues is about 170 k's out. Now, yes, they've got their own bus on their own community, so interestingly enough, their women's game, which is due to start in 15 minutes, they're here.
Yes. And
most of their men are here, but a number of the men came by cars up the back road of the river where they don't have to go on the highway because A, the vehicles are not licensed, and B, the drivers aren't licensed. So gotcha, they basically come to the highway and then they hitchhike up into town. So the logistics of getting in and out to these remote communities is a major problem for us as a league in yes, the fact that we want to have 5 games today that start at 11 o'clock, 12:30, whatever the time frame is. I guess what we've learnt over the years that we don't have those sort of precious certainties that you're going to have to go to a time frame and start with a time frame and finish in a time frame. You want that to happen, but if you get pedantic about it and say, right, it's going to happen, then you end up with no footy. So this is a long-winded answer to your question. But I went over to the Riveroos guys, which are over on the other pocket, over down the other side of the oval, the Riveroos pocket, on the river side of the ground, and spoke to them. Now they've got 13 blokes there, and they came and asked, can we put a couple of ring-ins to yes, to bring us up to 18? And I said, well, I'll go and talk with the rest of the board and see what they say. And the board's agreed, yes, they can. But Baylor Bulldogs, who they're due to play, has only got one player here. So even if they did have ring-ins, they wouldn't be able to play. So I suggested to them, well, would you be happy to hold off, stay here, and then we can marry your guys in with one of the other teams later on, or 2 of them, so they get a game,
yes, and
they can play a team that is here. So the Nookumbar Blues are here, because this is just a scratch match. It's just a chance for people to engage and to play, to smell the liniment, to run out in the oval, get used to the fact that footy's happening, and so you set up a footy environment later on that's more manageable.
Yep, and well answered. So I've been here during the week and went to the Colts night and perhaps the more junior night on, was that Wednesday night?
Wednesday night, yeah.
And you had huge numbers, 110 here. It was amazing. And then I went to Nookumba the next night, and we arrived there. There were a couple of kids already kicking the footy at 3 o'clock in the afternoon, just young kids, probably 7. School must have just finished, I'm sure. And then as the day went on, people just came out of the bushes from across the road, from behind the tanks, from behind the shed, and all of a sudden there was 83 there.
Yeah.
So my viewing is that I've seen 110 here on Wednesday night. I've seen 80 odd on the Thursday night, and there has been good numbers from what I see pre-season.
One of the things about this league is that they're all remote community based.
Yes.
And those remote communities have suffered some huge degradation since they made early 2000 and teens.
Yes.
The CDEP, even though it was in a maligned program, gave communities resources to be able to do things like transport. They had community management. They had offices there where you could ring them, and you could actually make contact with people in the community to discuss what was happening on the weekend. There was usually a manager on site at the community that you could speak to, sort of like a Shire CEO, I suppose, if you like to call it that.
Yes.
But in about 2014, when that government came in, they wiped out CDP. And then they had a plethora of other sort of government programs where central resource agencies were given the resources to look after those communities. And as we know, drive in, drive out doesn't work.
Yes.
And so all of these communities now, where these Nookumba's 800 odd people in that community, it has its own administration. Luckily, it's one of the ones that has. And so it's not by coincidence they're the best organised footy teams.
Yes.
But if you go to Wonkajonka, for instance, they're managed through a central agency here in Fitzroy Crossing, and it's almost impossible for the community and the central agency to engage often enough to be able to make it functional. And the Wonkajonka Crows. We've been out there twice. Now, they do have a CEO, but that CEO works basically for the organisation in town, even though they're paid for by the town. And so getting that cohesion that was happening when they had their own administration and their own governance structure,
yes,
it has been lost. And in organising things like footy, where you need jumpers, you need transport, you need to be able to pay to be able to play, you need to be able to organise yourself, get in and out, and all of those sort of things, then becomes a real struggle. And quite a few of those people in those communities, their life issues are much bigger than just footy. And so we get to the stage now where, we'll go to Mullager, for instance, and Mullager doesn't have all of the people on its community that plays for it. So we can go and talk to the people in Mullager, but the people who don't live in Mullager, who might live in Bailoo or, one of the other communities or in town, you can't get that group together until they come to game day. And then on game day, you've got the problem of, well, you want to play, and do you then waste the time of talking to people, which is boring, versus getting them out there and playing. So the idea, and this gets back to today, is we want them to play. So as a board or as management, we've got to try and put in place, we've got to let go some of our precious certainties and saying, well, if you don't turn up today, then you don't play in the season and stuff like that. We've got to let that go and say, how do we encourage enough people to get the smell of liniment and run out here so that next week they all turn up?
Yes.
And Callan, Hatchman, who you will most probably interview later on, who's our community development officer, whose role is to work with those community clubs, because we want to change the teams to clubs.
Yes.
And we want them to get a relationship with their communities.
Yes.
And the infrastructure or the administration on their communities. That's part of what we're trying to do as part of this community development idea, using footy as a community development tool. That Cal's organised this event to start on time like that, and he's been quite stressed in the fact that we haven't been able to do it. And I'm saying, well, just relax on that, because really the gang that are here, they're not totally upset by it. They just want a game of footy. So if we can organise a game of footy, then they're going to be happy.
That's right, and the crowd themselves are relaxed, aren't they? Look, there's people everywhere underneath the trees having something to eat. They've got their rugs out, having a drink, and very relaxed.
I better watch what I say on television, but I'm married into Indigenous family, so
yes,
I sort of feel I can say this. But blackfellas up here are used to sitting under trees and when it's hot having a rest, and when it's cool you come out and you do stuff.
Yes.
And if it doesn't happen now, it's going to happen later on. I mean, that's one of the beauties of Indigenous communities. They live right at the moment the way it is. They don't necessarily stress about the circumstances that's not happening at the time, because it'll happen a bit later, or it'll happen tomorrow, or it won't happen, and I'll go and do something else.
No, well, it makes you relax too. Well, I'm relaxed. Like you can imagine, with a filming company, we run to the second pretty much. But I'm looking out here now, and people are having a kick. There's little kids in the corner having a kick. There's a few people watching a Fremantle game on the big screen. People are still here enjoying themselves without a game of footy being on. And
that's the beauty of footy, is that it's sort of taken the place of it's a modern day corroboree almost, in that the corroborees that I go to and see, and they're not called corroborees up here, but they're sort of known euphemistically down south and whatever, is that they're events that are family based and language group based and those sort of things, and they're planned. But then they're not white fella, we've got to do it 10 past 10 and we're going to do this, and at 20 past 10 we're going to do that and whatever. They're very much, it evolves as it's going along, and it's organic, you know what I mean? Yes. And it's the same, and this, my wife and I, who's Indigenous, as you know, we round the breakfast table this morning, we're having exactly the same discussion. Now, she tends to be more strict on how we do things, and that we got to expect these people to do things the way the system says we do them. And my view is let them play. Yep. Do we need to then necessarily put things in place that is going to stop them from playing? At the end of the day, if they play, then you can start to mould how things happen. So a good example of that, I guess, is we breath test players.
Yes.
And at the beginning, when we started breath testing players, the players didn't like it very much, but the coaches and managers loved it. And when we started off, we said, right, you can be 0.08 and still play. And then in the second or third year, we went, no, it's 0.05. And then it was 0.02, and now it's 0. And all the players totally accept it. So we've gone from having maybe 30, 40, 50 during the season that would turn up here drunk to play and spoil the games, to now the expectation is you don't turn up if you've been drinking. And so last year I don't think we had an RBT infringement. And to me, that's how we've got to look at developing footy, because if we look at it realistically, footy didn't exist here before 1990. It was basketball. It wasn't. AFL was what you watched on TV, and the Eagles and the Dockers coming along super boosted everything, and then this gang loved it, got involved in it, and now they'll travel 170 kilometres one way to come in and play a game, and then hitchhike back and sit on the turn-off at Nookumbar for half the night waiting for a lift back into the community so they can play. So, we need to utilise the love of playing and the excitement and the motivation and stuff that brings with it. We need to use that as a tool to engage in these other things that need to go with it. So, how do you organise your transport so you're not freezing to death at night, or your kids are not getting any sleep? Yep. How do you play the game without belting the umpire so that you can't play next week? Or the whole thing turns to manure because the tribunal comes and says we're wiping your team out of the competition. So those things are you have to sort of gradually introduce to them, and to say, if you do this, it's going to be successful. And if they can see that it's successful, then they embrace it themselves. And you don't have to keep going, well, we're telling you this.
It's a wonderful conversation. You could actually sit here for a month and talk about the topics that you've brought up. That love of the game, I was here COVID because we were looking to do a lot more filming and a lot more promotion of this area. Not just football, but the whole area and the community, and then use football as a vehicle for it. But coming here at COVID compared to now is amazing. When I arrived here on Wednesday night, I just jumped out of the truck and you had 100 people here. I don't think there was junior football back here when COVID was on, and that junior football looks like it could just prosper. It could just grow enormously for this community.
Well, you did right. And one of the things I mean, I've been a football nut forever, and senior footy was what we did, because there was there was a committee of people here who were my wife's relatives and other friends and people who enjoyed footy. But the delivery of footy on a Saturday and the stuff that needed to go with it, basically I did it as part of my job, because I was allowed to do it by Gandra, the organisation that employed me. But when I stopped working for Gandra, I had to do it basically as a volunteer, and I've got other things that go on in my life, so I couldn't spend the amount of time in those communities doing the community development stuff that football could facilitate. And so we concentrated on having the games on Saturday. We want them to play, and so we didn't do the level of training, support, mentoring and those sort of things that allowed the clubs to develop. Now, a few years in 2019, we put it to the AFL and the Footy Commission and others that we wanted to have a club development program, because really these teams and communities were just teams of blokes who got together again every March or April or May after law business, and then they created a team. They'd come in and we'd have to do whatever we did to try and. So we became the club. We were the club, and they were the teams. And we didn't have enough resources to be able to do that, because this is not Bunbury or Albany or Albury or any of these sort of places. These are places there where there's 400 or 500 kilometres from one end to the other to come into a central location and play. And these communities are disparate. They speak different languages. They're different family groups. All of those things which. In the context of the Kimberley, that's totally understandable, but outside of the Kimberley, or outside of maybe the Northern Territory and those other things, there's not a great knowledge of how the system works here. And so we've been putting pressure on the AFL and the Footy Commission to put the resources in to have somebody here who can come in here full time to do what I was doing part time. Now we've employed Cal.
Yes,
we were
doing a wonderful job here.
And he's a special bloke. He wants to live in Fitzroy Crossing.
Yes,
he is a very, very good administrator.
Yes,
and he'll work 7 days a week, 52 weeks a year, and he's keenly interested and got good relationships with the people. And hopefully they were traits that I had when I was doing the same sort of thing 30 years ago, and I married into the local family, so that gave me some credibility with the local gang as well as my involvement in footy.
Yes.
Well, he's learning that now.
Yes.
Now, and with Rick Kennedy, who you met, who's with juniors as well.
Yep.
He was on Nookumbar community, and he moved into town, and I convinced the Gandra organisation to have his FTE attached to footy. Now, it's really social and emotional wellbeing stuff, and case management of problem kids is what that funding's for. But what we're doing is we're using the kids that come down to those engagement sessions on Wednesday as the feeder, because those kids that come down here have got the same problems those kids when they're not down here.
That's right.
And so he's now got a group of the Colts boys, which are going to Broome, who've been... So just take a step back. Before we got Callan, Mark Howes, the local sergeant, came here, and he approached me and said, "Can we get junior footy going? Because we need to do something about these kids pinching cars and blah, blah, blah. And I love footy, and I hear you love footy, can we do it?" And his comment was, let's just do something. Let's not, talk about what we're going to do and have plans. Let's just do it. So we organised to have these Wednesday events. And we invited anybody to come down to do whatever needed to be done. So if you were 20 and you wanted to play, you have a kick. We chucked footy out there and you played with a kid who was 12. And we started with about 15 of these, and we targeted these kids who were the boys, particularly were stealing cars and those sort of antisocial behaviours. Because most of them are very good at footy and they love their footy, we were able to engage them. And then we quietly went about trying to influence them. And maybe I shouldn't use this language, but we said, don't be a dickhead.
Yep.
If you steal a car or you're doing these things, you've been a dickhead. You're not a bad person, but you're just doing dickhead things. Don't be a dickhead. Come down and play footy.
Yep.
And instead of competing with Halls Creek on TikTok about how many cars you can pinch, let's compete with Halls Creek about how many goals you can kick.
Yes.
And then so it built slowly from just these Wednesday nights till we started to get 30, 40 come down, and then the better kids wanted to play and go and play Halls Creek or Derby, so we took them over to Derby and they end up winning and they love that.
Yes,
and
fantastic.
And so the engagement has grown to the stage now where you saw on Wednesday night, where that's the highest we've ever had in the 2.5 years that we've been doing it.
And I saw Callan's face. He was sitting down at one stage when the sausage sizzle was on, and I just saw the smile on his face, and you could see that he was rapt to see that a lot of hard work had paid off a little bit.
All of those, and it gets back to resourcing. You know, as I said, the getting the resources to have Cal in place. The other key one was Rick.
Yes.
As in feet on the ground to work with the kids and make sure those games happen. Now, Mark and I have been sitting basically in the background going, how do we then make a structure that allows and get the resource and keep them going? And so Mark's done kids sport and he's rolled every kid that comes down there for kids sport. So instead of having no money to be able to do things, so no equipment and, you know, not able to cook a barbecue and those things, we can now do that. What do we do about the volunteers that come down? Because originally we didn't have any volunteers, but all of these things, when the motivation is there and things are exciting and things are good, it attracts people in. So now we've got 3 or 4 volunteer parents and things that come down. Now that brings issues of its own. So that we really targeted getting junior football up and going. And if you'd seen my face or Rick's face or any of the other people, they would have all looked exactly the same. We were blown away because somebody came up to us and said, "Well, you couldn't even get these kids to sit down here and listen to you for 5 minutes when you first came in, and now they're sitting there and they're getting their photos taken, they're playing games and they're not swearing at each other, and they're learning good footy, and look at the standard of footy that the Colts boys are playing, this sort of thing." So that's heartwarming. And to me, that's community development.
It is, and the process. They were process driven in that they knew where to get their jumper. They knew they had to drop their jumper back. They knew to line up and get their sausage when they need to have a feed. They knew where to pick up their boots and drop off their boots. Their manners, just to anyone who was umpiring or who was in a position where they were handing out those sausages or jumpers or boots. It was a very friendly. It's as good an environment as I've ever been in when I've around football.
And we've encouraged that, the no dickhead rule, and that goes for us as well. So when we're talking to a kid, if a kid's going off and MF this or whatever the swearing and stuff goes on, which happens regularly out in those communities.
Yes.
If a kid does that, then do we stop them and say you're off, you can't do it? The answer is no. We go quietly over to them and speak to them and say, listen, mate, don't say those sort of things because we don't do that here. And if there's, and we also got to understand that these kids come from a lot of them come from a really traumatic background.
Yes.
And a lot of them are FASD, and so a lot of them don't even have emotional control.
Yes.
And so you don't go on, if a kid's going off because he's been tackled and been hurt, quite often a FASD kid will come back at the kid that hurt him because the brain doesn't control the emotions and they flare up immediately, and so they might clock it. Do we get in that kid's face and then escalate him, or do we allow him to get into his space and take him aside and say, look, you can't do these sort of... So that's the sort of environment that we've really pushed at junior footy, to say it's got to be safe for you, but it's also got to be safe and good for us. So we say to the kids quite often, we love you, and it's not about you necessarily as a footballer, but it's you as a kid.
Yes.
And then that can be translated into the footy. So at the end of the day, the good football outcomes have actually been driven by the social development, just like the football outcomes can be driven by the community development.
Yes.
But in actual fact, we're going to turn that in its head, because the community development stuff is pretty boring and all of those things. But if you can develop it through footy and the way you conduct footy, then you get true community engagement and community development. And then from that, you then get an improvement in footy. So it's a double win situation.
And when you had a similar discussion with the AFL, what was the response?
I think they're sympathetic, but 95% of Australia doesn't live in the Kimberley.
No.
Or 99% of the population doesn't live in Kimberley, and and most probably 90% of the people who are in AFL are white people who may have experienced a bit of community life or a bit of what it's like to be an Indigenous person in, you know, whether it's a Noongar person down in the wheat belt or Perth or wherever, or whether it's a Walmajari person from out here at Wongajonga. The life experiences of those guys mean that they don't quite understand the nuances of how it works, and so they judge it very much on a business case that's built around a white model.
Yes.
The AFL model, and I'm the same. I was born and bred in Manjimup, and so my precious certainties are built up about how I played junior footy, how my grandfather and my father, and all the people, and how Tigers Footy Club in Manjimup, how they operated, and all the rules and regulations that went with it. I'm educated in that, but the majority of people here, that hasn't existed. It's a lot of these kids who are 20, 23, 25, whatever, playing. Their fathers didn't play footy, and so what they've learnt is what they're faced with when we present something like this. So we've got to be very nuanced in how we change it from being a corroboree to a football corroboree. You know what I mean?
Yes. Yeah.
Where the rules, if you break the rules in in one of those law type things, you're toast. Are they toast here? Well, no. We've got to educate, we've got to train and support to say, well, this could be the outcome. If you blow this thing apart by punching the umpire and you get your whole team suspended, then you don't play. And we've got to be able to, and it shouldn't be the end of the line. There should be a way to say, because you've been bad 2 or 3 times doesn't mean you can't be good later on. Because you've got to change the environment. And the people who live in an environment adapt to that environment, and to change them out of that environment to a different environment. My wife says the football environment is a football environment.
Yes.
And a football culture, she says, it's football culture. So how do you get them from the culture they live in their community and how they operate out there to come and operate in the footy culture that's required at the rec centre here? And that doesn't happen straight away. And quite a few of the rules and things that are out there are not the same as the rules that are here. And so how do you get a nuanced approach to saying, how do we get these kids to show their absolute innate ability? Because you have a look at these kids. I mean,
amazing.
A 6-year-old here is mostly the equivalent of a 12-year-old white kid in Perth or somewhere like that. They like natural. And so those sort of inbuilt physical skills and awarenesses and things they have, we've got to be able to nurture that to say, all right, we'll take advantage of it. And this is where the AFL is saying, well, we need X number of AFL Indigenous players. Don't go to America, don't go to China, don't go to New Zealand. Let's invest some real proper dollars into the Indigenous remote places, and you'll get the Liam Jarras, you'll get the Liam Henrys, you'll get the Bedfords,
Yes.
all the Bedford gang that have come out, and their relations that have come out of the Coxes and that have come out of Halls Creek. You'll get them. They're there. You've just got to be able to provide their support and environment to organisations like us to nurture that.
And has there been any guarantee, so for 12 months, for 5 years, for 10 years from the AFL? Because if you look at what you've put together here, so with Mark, with the police, and really he's done it of his own accord to help himself as well, but there is a complete and utter love of sport and the community, and he's done a great job. You've got him, you've got Callan. I've watched Rick. Rick lived in the community at Noongar for a couple of years with his wife Emmy and his 2 little boys. Big move from Victoria. Now, he'd always played basketball. He's 42 years of age and he plays at centre forward, full forward for Noongar. When we drove in yesterday, it was amazing. He rocked into the town and they all go, oh, there's Mr. Rick, kick the ball 50 metres. It was just fantastic to see, and they loved him. So he's part of your group, and then you've got the wives and girlfriends and partners. There's probably a dozen people here that is a great group. You need that throughout the whole community, but have the AFL provided any guarantee of support for 12 months, 3 months? 6 months, 3 years.
Well, they did. We had that partnership with the Footy Commission and the state government that came out of the grand final being in Perth.
Yes.
The AFL chucked in 2.5 and the state government chucked in 2.5 from the Department of Sport and Rec.
Okay.
And that was administered through the WA Footy Commission. And there was $1 million a year for 5 years to invest into. It was called the Kimberley Investment Fund, I think it was called, or Infrastructure Fund or Investment Fund. And the problem I find with footy is, again, it's very centralised. So the footy the AFL is in Melbourne. The WAFC is in Perth, and they are a long way away from the Kimberley. So you've got to be able to get investment from the local organisations and people to go. We need to draw the plan up that we want delivered, because we live here and we see it firsthand. We run this on a Saturday, and so these are the sort of things that we require. Now, I think the message is starting to get through, but it's taken a long time because it gets back to the rules and regulations that exist in the AFL are quite cut and dried. The same they go in the Footy Commission. You know, you've got to be really careful about what you do with junior footy, because if some parent runs amok and something happens and it goes to the papers, then footy gets this bad thing. So it's how do you the precious certainties that people who run footy in Perth, and it goes back to me being in Management Up Tigers, those precious certainties that I brought with me to here don't work here. And it took me maybe 10 or 15 years of being in Kununurra and then in Broome and then here running footy and going and visiting remote communities and doing the job I did with Gandhi to understand that I had to let go of my precious certainties. Well, yes. The AFL and the Footy Commission hierarchy, they need to do the same. And that is really difficult for them to do because they're very process driven. And this place isn't process driven, you know what I mean?
Yes.
This mob out here, they're not that's almost the last thing that they want to do, is have some sort of government process type thing happen. So again, interesting. I admire the AFL and the Footy Commission for the way they do some things. I don't necessarily admire them for the way they do other things. And we've had clashes, myself and individuals have had clashes about how things should be done. But you can't knock the fact that they want footy to happen and that they're the arbiters of how that happens. So we've got to work within those systems, but we've got to work out how do we get this mob over here that don't quite fit in there.
Yes.
And then how do we get them to go, right, well, what do we need? What can we support? And what provisions can we give them to assist them better? Now, Cal's funding, we've got guaranteed until December.
Yes.
And we're talking to the Footy Commission, and they're trying to get us another 12 months.
Yes.
And we're saying, well, can you go to someone, maybe the AFL, and this would be my, I looked at that amount that they were going to chuck into Indigenous footy.
Yep.
It was paltry. I mean, our budget this year to do what we've done is close to $800,000.
Yes.
Now, a lot of that has come from non-football sources. And it's hard work by going and getting sponsorship and looking at other agencies that we can bring into it, such as Gandhi with their with Rick's position, which is all told that position's with the car and the house and the accommodation and all of those things must be $150,000 position. If you've got 4 of those, let's say, then it's over $500,000. And getting $500,000 out of footy is obviously for one league is not viable. So we've got to go. Do we go and see the health mob and say, right, what are the health outcomes that footy can, by having footy happen properly, can happen? And the mental health outcomes and the stuff that Rick is able to do through his job with Gandhi is tackling that. So he's soft mentoring a whole bunch of these probably kids who are pinching cars and doing all that sort of stuff.
And Rick's similar. He's been doing a similar thing.
Yeah, and Cal's doing the same thing. Yep. And now, so the answer is we maybe go to the resource agency down the road who looking for jobs, and we say, all right, well, these good kids that come out the top of this, once they stop, drinking or going to prison or whatever, can we give them something else to do, maybe a job? So we plug them into a job network. So we say to that organisation, well, how about if we can find you 4 or 5 people who can get employed, and the government's going to give you money to employ them, or you've got a position, lend us that position, we'll plug it into the football network, and then so we can find jobs for these boys who are playing footy, because they've learnt the rules of how to turn up, and they've learnt the rules that there are rules, and they've learnt how to be a team, and they know what success is in a footy context, but you can transfer that to a life context.
Is it a lot of money? You know, when you talk about the amount that the AFL that you would like them to invest in this area, if you had 4 Cals, or you had 4 Cals and 4 Ricks.
No, can I jump in there? We don't want 4 Kells, 4 Ricks or 4 Jeffs. We want 4 Gavin Smiths, Mummingy Hands.
Yes.
The local Aboriginal people who are going to take this on and don't need white people to do it for them.
But to get them to do that, do you need a couple more Ricks and a couple more Cals? Because they seem to be they're stretched pretty thin, aren't they?
One of the things I've learned is not necessarily. Take Nookumbar, for instance, and the Kajana Cats.
Yes.
Evelyn Costain. I'd never heard of Evelyn Costain until I went out to do women's footy in Nookumbar.
Yes.
In 2018. And anyway, she popped up as a coach for the girls. She popped up as a coach for the girls. Now that woman was in the mid-40s, and I had no idea she could do anything. She was just raise kids. And anyway, she's become the best administrator of a football club that I've had. So they're there. We don't. The white people who drift in and out, drive in and out, they don't, because you're not there, you don't see them, and then the people aren't given the recognition that they can do the job and do it better than us, because the fact is that,
yes.
My wife, Mummingy, she's 100 yards in front of me because she speaks the language, she lives the life, she's an Indigenous person herself, and understands all those things that I've got to learn.
Yes. Well, thanks very much. We look like we've got a bit of action. Well, it looks like we've got at least one team in front of us.
Yes.
Jeff, thanks very much for your time.
No, my pleasure.
And we could talk about it for a lot longer.
Thanks, John.
And we'll get Louis on the call to call. He might have a bit of trouble calling this game, but at least he can call the teams. He might know all the players, but let's get things underway.
I'll go and get a team list for you.
Good on you. Thanks, mate.
Cheers, mate. Oh, sorry.
It is a picture-perfect day here in the Central Kimberleys at Fitzroy Crossing Oval. Just a smidget under 30 degrees Celsius, only a handful of white clouds in the sky and not a breath of wind to speak of whatsoever. Welcome to the coverage here on Filming Footy along with Classic Catches, all thanks to our regular partners Archie's Footwear and Dartfish for the 2026 Bujiman Carnival, the Bujiman pre-season event. And Louis Bulzomi is here with you for my first official call of Central Kimberley Football Basketball League action. And we do thank the major sponsors of the league in the Gundua Amborni Wirnan, the Country Football WA, FVASA, the Mara Wara Aboriginal Corporation, and most importantly, without their support and funding, we probably wouldn't even have a league at the present time, Lidl Proprietary Limited as well. Talk about the heartbeat of the Kimberleys, the heartbeat of Fitzroy Crossing. That is Lidl, one of Western Australia's leading Indigenous-owned organisations. So definitely support them because they have given so much support in recent times to help keep the Central Kimberley Football Basketball League alive. So today's program was scheduled to have 5 matches. Unfortunately, the first of those had to be called off, and that was scheduled to be the Riveroos up against the Bayoulou Bulldogs, the reigning premiers. Of course, the Bayoulou Bulldogs, who had a 33-point victory over the Malajja Lions, and it was quite a high-scoring last quarter as well between those two sides, but Bayoulou's earlier 3 quarters wrapped the game up quite nicely. Their lead got out to over 50 points at one stage, and then it was a good little fight back by Malajja towards the end to at least get some respectability on that scoreboard. But Bayoulou had already done the damage and were well and truly celebrating in fine style with many, many minutes left in that match. But sadly, though, the reigning premiers have decided to put their preparations on ice. Unfortunately, unable to make it down. The Riveroos had come along, but it was decided in the end not to go ahead with that match. But we will have some action very shortly with the women's, but it won't be the scheduled match, which would have been the replay or rematch of last year's thrilling grand final with the Nookambah Blues and the Malajja Lions. Nookambah now changing their name from the community name of Yunganua, which they went with last year to more or less represent the entire community, but now going more specifically to town. They took the game in the dying seconds. The last kick of the game, effectively, which sailed through for a goal. They were a point down, able to just rush the ball forward, and then a little pickpocket off one of the defenders for the Lions, let the ball spill free, and then the latch on and goal, the siren sounded only a couple of seconds after that. So talk about doing it in clutch style, and the Blues nearly threw it away too. 4 behinds to start with in the first term. They did have the lead at quarter time, but couldn't go on with it in the second term. They were stranded, and that's when Malajja started getting on top. Then the scores were tied at 3/4 time, and then, Nookambah right at the death, taking the match and stealing it away from Malajja. So fantastic work from them. But instead, what we're going to have Nookambah in their totality, but Malajja, instead, they're going to be a conglomerate of representatives of the entire Central Kimberley region. Unfortunately, the Lions themselves unable to put a full team of girls together for today, so they've called upon some help from other clubs to fill up their sides instead, which is still fantastic because at least we still will get to see some football action happening very, very shortly. Well, before jumping on for the broadcast, we certainly loved hearing the wonderful interview that Filming Footy's spearhead John Douglas enjoyed with Jeff Davis, long-term manager of the Central Kimberley Football Basketball League and groundskeeper, you name it. He's been there, decades-long servant of this wonderful football league that dates back to 1991. And it was a very, very invigorating chat, and certainly an eye-opening one with regards to admittedly all the struggles in being able to get a league together and be able to get players to commit to play and get them off the streets and get them out of trouble and in line with the law, so to speak. And, really football is such a great vehicle for it. And yeah, also the wonderful contributions made from the CDO as well, the Community Development Officer, Callan Hatchman, who has done some wonderful things, especially in recent times since taking the job on to help grow the competition even further. I mean, so many years it had been on the brink of extinction, but thankfully we still have it kicking along, and we still have good representation all the way through, even if some of the players do struggle to make it on certain match days. But anyway, that's okay. At least the girls are here, so the guys will have to just wait it out a little bit longer. We will have other matches that are scheduled for broadcast later this afternoon, but you'll have a local commentary team on hand, so yours truly just jumping on to help out in the early part. But the Nookambah Blues men are scheduled to play the Maludja Lions straight after this game. That was scheduled to be at 1 o'clock local time, but that won't be the case. For now, it will be delayed back out just a little bit, unless these couple of halves are shortened, as the women are just out going through their little warm-ups. A couple of lanes getting set up here by the Blues at the present time. Then the game after Nookambah and Maludja in the men will be the men again. It's the Wangkatjunka Crows up against the Kadjina Cats. And then the women will finish off the program. The women's Bayula Bulldogs taking on the women's Kadjina Cats. There's still some great footy action for you to join us with right here on Filming Footy, all through Classic Catches on the YouTube stream. But anyway, if John, if you are around and you wanted to have a bit of a chat with myself, you're more than welcome to. Just speak out and we'll have a little chinwag as well. But until that, though, some fantastic updates you were sending through throughout the week. I mean, the ground looks in absolutely pristine condition as well. It is something that you would hang in the Louvre. You take a picture of it, you put it on a postcard, you'd hang it in the Louvre, whatever, because this ground looks perfect. Not a blotch of major dead grass around or any unevenness in the mowing. It looks like it's been well watered as well, and the markings done by Jeff Davis are absolutely just supreme. Chef's kiss from Jeff. But a few rogue horses coming along and deciding to do their business. Bit of horse shit running around just to throw a spanner in the works or a bit of shit around. But anyway, that's Jeff decided, all right, no, we're not going to have that hanging around. We'll get out there and clear that off. And a few mushrooms have popped up as well all around, so definitely steer clear of those. If you need to just kick them out of the ground, you can. Definitely don't pick them up and eat them. I don't recommend that at all. But anyway, yeah, it wouldn't be good outback footy without some natural elements thrown on top of the surface. But anyway, that's all fun and good, as we will be looking forward to having great fun with this next game coming up. So it will be more of a scratch match type. Of course, as I mentioned, the Maludja Lions women unable to field a full team together, so it will be just a Central Kimberley representative side going up against the reigning champs, the Nookambah Blues. And that will be coming up very, very shortly. But in the meantime, though, plenty of wonderful things happening throughout the Central Kimberley region in the football circles. Great numbers coming up at train as well. A lot of the elders passing on their knowledge and advice to the youth. There's plenty of game day knowledge and little tricks. So there's been some great vision shown on the Facebook page of the CKFBL, which shows that the kids getting into some great stoppage work and also circle work and scratch match type and whatnot. I mean, it's just brilliant to see these kids get together for the common cause of football and enjoying themselves and keeping themselves well and truly occupied, and most importantly, safe is the main thing. So good to see it happening during the day and also at night. Wednesday nights, you heard Jeff talking to John before, have been well attended. The registration rates are skyrocketing at the moment, which is fantastic to see. And now it's just really a matter of commitment. That's what it's all going to be like. I mean, Jeff did say that there was some plans regarding maybe just putting a caveat on participation in the season. If you don't show up for today's event, the pre-season event, the Bujiman officially dubbed the Bujiman Carnival, then you won't play it all this year. But they have backed off on that a little bit. I mean, you wouldn't want to kick out the reigning premiers, the Baylor Bulldogs, for the men's. That's certainly something you don't want to do. But anyway, still, incentives that will be positively reinforced back to players will certainly ensure that we do get a full season going ahead, which will kick off in early June. So the initiative is absolutely wonderful. So anyway, other things that have been going on, Fremantle or Wallyalup's Next Generation Academy, led by great Indigenous representative Roger Hayden. There is going to be an event coming up this week, which Roger will be arriving into the Central Kimberley region and taking that on. It's not the first time that he has ventured up, along with prominent administrator Simon Eastor from the Fremantle Wallyallup Dockers. They've made their way up in years gone by as well, and have been blown away by the growth of football in the region in recent times. So cannot wait to have him back around. We also cannot wait to hopefully see some familiar faces, maybe grace the area again when they get an opportunity. One in particular, currently doing some wonderful things at GWS in Toby Bedford. Of course, the Bedford family well and truly represented in this region. One of the most celebrated names from here, and it's a Nookamah Blues legend, is Zephaniah Skinner, who is a Yungangora man and the most notable player to have originated from this area. Across 2011 and 2012, Skinner played 8 games and booted 5 goals for the Western Bulldogs. His best performances came against Geelong with 17 possessions and a goal, and Richmond 12 possessions and 2 goals. He also played 23 VFL games, Victorian Football League games, for the Williamstown Seagulls. And then in 2016, he came back to WA, played 2 reserve games for South Fremantle against East Fremantle, collecting 9 possessions and a goal across those games, and then in that particular game against East Fremantle, and in the second game against Swan District, 7 possessions, and also laid 3 very tight tackles. Back in 2009, he won the QAFL Rising Star Award after he booted 25 goals from 16 games for Northern Territory Thunder, who would then participate in the NEFL League, which sadly no longer exists because it ended up being amalgamated into the current form of the VFL. He polled 39 votes to comfortably beat Labrador's Todd Grayson on 19 and Morningside's Tom Hickey on 18. Skinner also played with the Claremont Colts between 2007 and 2008. So arguably the biggest name to come out of Central Kimberley being Zeph Skinner. But in nearby communities, though, in the East Kimberley and the West Kimberley, Carlton Sam Petrescu-Seaton, who was their first round pick in 2016, then after a few years was traded to West Coast. He was also very prominent. And Joel Hamling, Western Bulldogs premiership player, and currently playing for the Sydney Swans. And he was one of their best players when he held Kurt Tippett goalless in that 2016 grand final. So also spent some time at Fremantle straight after. So that was his last game with the Bulldogs, Hamling, believe it or not. Ended up playing with the Dockers, but he didn't get to play many games, unfortunately. Injuries really cruelling him, but he is still there and thereabouts with Sydney at the present time. So there's just a few of the names to come out of the region here, but yeah, definitely one of the most prominent from the Central Kimberley being Zeph Skinner. Another name that pops up as well, Shane McAdam. I mean, the McAdam name, very, very legendary in Indigenous circles. Who can ever forget the great Gilbert McAdam back in his day, especially during the 1990s. And he was a pretty handy boundary rider too in his time with Channel 7. He was on the front bar just the other week as well with his brothers, and that was must-see TV. So if you haven't yet caught that, get on 7 Plus and download the app, the 7 Plus app, get your free login, and then look up the latest episode of the front bar and enjoy that great chat with Gilbert McAdam. So just awaiting the start now as the girls finish up their warm-ups. So the current time now here is 12:33. So a little over half an hour after the scheduled time between these two sides, but that's okay. Things do happen, and we work through them accordingly. So we will take a little break and in a few minutes' time, hopefully we will see the girls get out there, the Nookumbar Blues and the Central Kimberley region representatives from the other clubs. Stay tuned. Welcome back to the live coverage here of the 2026 Bujiman pre-season event, with the women's game about to get underway between Nookambah Blues, and we've just got confirmation, thanks very much John Douglas and thanks very much Jeff Davis, that it will actually be a Maludja Lions side. It won't be, as we thought it was going to be, a Central Kimberley region collective, which we initially was going to be the case, but no, the Lions have actually been able to, at clutch, pull a side together. So we've just got the team sheets through right now, so just bear with me as I get them in number order. We're about to get the first half underway. We just saw the toss of the coin, and it was the Lions who won it, and I believe that they were set up to kick to the Fallon Road end, which is the right of screen for you. So the Blues lineup features Leona Skinner, number 36, Killarney Costain, number 35. The Costain family actually represented on both sides today. 46 will be Celeste Costain. Number 50, Angelica Costain. Jamala Button is in the number 18. Janiqua Skeen, the 33. Miranda Skinner, 23. Bernice Skinner, 26. Jamelia Bent, 6. 28 will be Zena Rose Costain. Then Marinaya Costain, number 42. So a lot of Costains, as I mentioned, especially in the blue side of things, but there is one playing for the Lions too. We'll mention her name in a second. Lehani Yamera, 37. Anthea Brenda, number 5, as we're about to get the ball tossed up. And it is the Rucks that will go at it. The number 9 there for the Lions, Taisha Jimbiri, able to get that tap out. As the ball now comes out towards the far wing, the Forest Road wing. It's still a bit of a mad scramble at the moment as the girls just try and feel each other out. Having a look there is Benicia Williams for the Lions, and she does well too. Good gather and go. It was patient football from her. The pass in now to Waladi. Tries to sidestep. Couldn't quite get the job done. And she ended up losing the football now to Jaquila Skinner, who paddles it forward, but then she loses it back. So well done. Making a great recovery there was Waladi. She realised that she had to go and get after it again, and then puts a good tackle on as well. Fantastic one-presenter work from Waladi. Unfortunately, though, too many Blues players to contend with, so they do clear up from right half back to centre wing, but there is a whistle on play now, and I think the Lions are back in possession, and they will be. So, good start from both sides here. Doesn't have to be clean football as long as it's tough and committed football, and they're both showing that right now as the ball comes inside 50 now for Maludja. Sampi, that's Gilbreen Sampi, and that's another very famous Indigenous name, especially in AFL circles. Who can remember the high-flying Ashley Sampi of the early to mid-2000s? She can't keep possession there, but she did have a teammate able to pick it up once again. It was Waladi. She's been very busy, but unfortunately, though, the ball has turned over. That one there kicked back away on the bounce. Almost Miranda Skinner. Just tricked her at the last second, so she has to now fight and scramble for it with Jimbiri. And the umpire has plucked out a free kick, and it will go the way of the Blues there. Jimbiri probably feeling a little bit stiff on that one, but anyway, we'll continue on. The kick goes out now again towards the Forest Road wing. That one there just missed by, I think it was Dolly on that occasion. Stand corrected as it comes down to right half forward for the Blues. Picked up now by Talia Stack. Well, not quite cleanly though, but she keeps paddling it forward. Great 1% of work. And then a little deft kick off the ground was clever too, but now she's got about 3 Blues players to contend with before she was able to get the coverage to arrive. But she goes after it again. Unbelievable work from Stack. Never gave up the ghost at all, and then the Lions win a free in the end. Take a bow to Leah Stack. That was all you there, as Mela Yamalulu is the recipient of the free kick. That one there kicked now just to the south of the centre circle, but it's back in the Blues' possession. Tumbling ball towards right centre half forward, in between centre and left half forward. One there paddled and paddled and paddled by Benita Sherrell for the Lions, and she's able to get the rebound back into the middle, and good work from Jimbiri, the ruck, to hold play up and prevent another turnover. That one there, the tackle put on Bernice Skinner. So Jimbiri wins the tap out there, but there is another whistle. What's the umpire picked out here? It'll be a free kick to Maludja. It'll go to the big ruck, Taisha Jimbiri. Very impressive young lady by all stature. we now see the ball come back into the middle. It's turned over once again. Good rip-off there. And the Blues are clear. That was from Miranda Skinner, so she's getting quite busy. Inside 50 it goes now. First inside 50 really for the reigning premiers, as that is a high tackle being laid on, I would dare say. It's going to go against Emmy Kennedy on that occasion for the Blues. So the Lions back in possession. The thumping kick there towards Sherelle. Just surprised her for a minute, but she had a picnic though. She was able to pick up the ball cleanly and get a kick away without too much pressure. It missed its intended target though, unfortunately. That one being Sampy, as it now comes back towards left half forward for the Blues. Bent with a scrubbly kick forward. Only as far though as that player I mentioned who was so committed to winning the ball against 3 or 4 others in stack. And now they are clear. Couple of bounces coming through and scampering away is Quintacia Sampy. But she can't find a target up forward, and it's going to come back potentially with interest. That mark from Dolly, the attempted intercept mark not taken, but the Lions do get the re-entry in. Cox can't claim it. Alelia Cox in the 7. Now the Blues bring it back into the middle. Good mad scramble here. That one there taken by Skinner once again. She probably has about 5 disposals at the present time. A disposal a minute, so she's having a big, big game. The Lions are holding up quite well here. And then once again, Stack coming through with another clever soccer. And another follow-up tackle. Almost holding the ball, not quite. Umpire allowed it to be just a simple dispossessed play on. So that's a bit fortunate for the Blues. Inside 50 it goes. Who's going to get there first? The Lions should be able to jump onto this one. They do through Sherelle. And now she's clear. Oh, not quite. That one there just a little bit too flat. It would have been Talitha James that time. No, sorry, it wasn't actually. It was Amelie Banjo. Didn't see the 1 on the 15 jumper there. I only saw the 5, but it was Banjo. Had it smothered off her boot, but she went back and followed up nicely to help her defence out. And now there is another whistle on play, and the Blues will pick out a free here. And it will be taken by Lahani Yamera. Sends the ball inside. Couldn't quite get the target that she was hoping for. Might have been skiing, I think. Let's see what can happen here. Oh, the big bullocking work of, I think it's Angelica Costain, I'm pretty sure, in the 50. Not good enough, unfortunately, for her. And a free kick is going the way of the Lions. That one there taken by Estelle Mallow, who goes wide out to the Forest Road wing once again at left half back. And this is where the open space will work nicely here for Benicia Williams. The kick, though, didn't work for her. Found the 1 Blue in and amongst 2 Lions. Inside 50 it comes in once again. I believe that one was taken by Bent, I'm pretty sure. He's got the sky blue jumper on. As chain of handballs here for the Blues. Who wants the goal? Oh, well, they made a meal of it in the end. And Angelica Costain was the target, but it took an eternity to eventually get the ball towards her, and the Lions were able to read it superbly in the end. So a wasted opportunity there for Nukumba. No score for either side at the present time, and we've travelled over 7 minutes in this first half. Remembering there are 20-minute halves for the Bujiman pre-season games today. We will go to full 4 quarters when the season proper starts in a couple of weeks' time. As the ball now comes out towards left half back, and once again the Lions have plenty of open space on the Forest Road wing. Couple of bounces taken here by the number 13 in Faith McCarthy, and she's found a target nicely. I'm really liking what this girl is producing so far. Actually, I like what Stack is producing so far. Sorry, it's Shayna Ross. Sorry, the ponytail got in the way of the number, but Ross, that time in the 18, up towards the left half forward, paddling it towards her advantage. Waladi, Peter Waladi, still going. And unfortunately giving the free kick away, because in the midst trying to concentrate on paddling the ball, she also grabbed her opponent by the jumper without the footy. But not sure whether the umpire's going to call that one back, or it's gone out of bounds anyway. So still no score for either side. Both defences holding up quite well. A lot of play through the middle of the ground thus far. But both defences really stacked up quite nicely. So we're going to restart here. Neither ruck that time really went after it, but eventually, though, coming back on and then getting bellowed out of the way. The number 36 there in the Leona Skinner, and she'll receive the free kick. That certainly was there. Bit too crude by the Lions' opponents. And now into a 2-on-1 that does favour Nunkenbar, and they get it inside 50, courtesy of Bent once again. This time she goes to an opposite 6 in Sherelle. And she's had a busy quarter as well, as that one there goes out wide in front of the beautiful scoreboard. Brand spanking new one, that one too. And out of bounds it goes. So just over 9 minutes gone here in this opening half. And no score for either side. Good work by the Waterboy to come on. So now I'm thinking that might be the siren as well. Sorry, I just lost sound here. But yeah, that has been called for half time. So they've decided to cut the halves short. So they originally were scheduled to be 20-minute halves, but due to time constraints and obviously the delay with the first game that eventually was called off, that the River Roos and the Bayula Bulldogs in the men's were meant to play. And this game starting well over half an hour behind its scheduled time of 12 p.m. They've decided to cut the halves short to just under 10 minutes each. So that's the first half done. No score for either side. So this gives yours truly, Louis Balzami, an opportunity to read out the full lists for both sides. So playing for the Nunkenbar Blues today, number 36, Leona Skinner, number 35, Kalani Costain, number 46, Celeste Costain, number 50, Angelica Costain, who nearly had an opportunity to get a goal late in that term, but unfortunately her teammates took an eternity to get it to her. Number 18, Jamala Button, number 33, Janiqua Skeen. As we just get a updated lines list there. Thanks, John. So Miranda Skinner, 23. Bernice Skinner wearing 26. This is the Blues list again. Jamelia Bent in number 6. 28 is Zena Rose Costain. And then Miranda Costain at number 42. So count them. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's 5 Costains already in this Blues lineup. And there is one for the Lions as well. Leani Yamera, 37. Anthea Brenda, 5. Jamaica Sealer, 14. Lucille Mulligan, 19. Jacayla Skinner, 31. Shane McCarthy, 34. And Emmy Kennedy, number 7. While on the other side for the Lions, we've seen a lot of her so far, doing some fantastic rebound work down back. Benita Sherelle, number 6. Jacani James, number 4. Estelle Mallow, number 17. Millie Banjo, number 15. Benicia Williams, number 11. Aaliyah Cox, number 7. Talia Stack, number 20. Rihanna Williams, 14. Ravanya Leonard, 24. Tija Dolly, 26. Talithia James, 5. Shea Ross, 18, who had that opportunity late in the term to send them inside 50 one more time. Darlene Patrick, number 28. Gilbreen Sampy, number 7. Wouldn't love to see her fly as high as Ashley Sampy did 20-plus years ago for the West Coast Eagles. Taisha Jimbidi, the ruck, number 9. Quintacia Sampy, number 2. So a couple of Sampys there to get really excited about. Amber Dolby, number 16. Here's Luella Costain. So the Costain that got away from the Blues. She's wearing number 5. Mela Yamalulu, number 3. Faith McCarthy, number 13. Casey Jingle, number 22. And Kita Waladi, number 4. So that is what we have for these two sides at the present time. And it just says confirmation in about 15 minutes' time. So we'll get the next half out of the way. And then following that will be the actual Roos and Bulldogs. So they've decided that River Roos and Bayula Bulldogs will actually go ahead. So confirmation there from the National Manager of Filming Footy in John Douglas. That, and of course, along with the great manager of the Central Kimberley Football Basketball League in Jeff Davies, that yes, we will have the Roos and Bulldogs going ahead straight after this game. So instead of being the first game off, that'll be the next game off. We'll take a quick break and we'll be back very, very shortly to take you through the second half of the women's pre-season match as part of the Bujiman pre-season carnival. The reigning premiers, Nunkenbar Blues, against the reigning runners-up, the Malonja Lions. And you're back live with Louis Balzomi here for Filming Footy in association with Classic Clashes. Proudly brought to you by Archie's Footwear and Dart Fish. Archie's Footwear, the best thongs in the business. And it is the second half of the senior women's clash in the Bujiman pre-season carnival between the Nookamba Blues, who stole the 2025 premiership at the last second, literally from the Malaja Lions last season. It was a 5-point thriller between those two sides, with Nookamba triumphing 5-8-38 to 5-3-33. No score though in this contest, which has been shortened to just under 10 minutes per half to ensure that we can get the schedule back on track. But we do have confirmation, if you've just joined us, that the original first game that we were meant to have between the Riveroos and the 2025 men's premiers, the Bayula Bulldogs, will now go ahead, but it will go ahead after this match is done. So a little over 15 minutes time. Once this half is out of the way, then the men will take place, and then the other three matches will go ahead as planned as well. Those other three matches being the men's Nookamba Blues up against the Malaja Lions, and then the Wangkajunga Crows against the Kajinya Cats, and then the women's Bayula Bulldogs take on the women's Kajinya Cats to finish off the program. Central Kimberley Football Basketball League is proudly supported by the Gundjawa and Buri Wiran, the Marawarra Aboriginal Corporation, Country Football Western Australia, FVASA, and most importantly, Lidl Proprietary Limited, the heartbeat of Fitzroy Crossing, the heartbeat of the Central Kimberleys. So here we go, second half ready to commence, and there's been a change in ruck now for the Lions. Instead of the really tall, impressive Taisha Jimbidi, instead they've got the smaller, bouncy number 2 there in Quintacia Sampi, and why not? That Sampi name is well renowned for leaping quite high, so it's a good move there by Coach Lee to get young Sampi in there. As the Lions get it to right half forward, but that's as far as they will go. Free kick has been conceded by Rihanna Williams. It comes now up towards centre wing. Again, on that Forest Road side, it's been the most favoured side. It's come up the club room's wing just a little bit at times as the Lions regain possession here. It was taken forward by Millie Bagno, the 15. They've got an opportunity now to run in towards goal. Losing possession just at the last minute there. It's the other Sampi, I think, Jill Breen. And the pass in board was fantastic. The mark has been taken. Darlene Patrick has presented. So there we go. The deadlock ready to be broken. Patrick goes and puts it through for a minor score, but that's okay. It might be the score that matters, the way things are going, because the defences are so tight right now. So Patrick, at the 1 minute 15 mark of this second half, scores the only score for either side. It's one behind to the Lions. We now await the ball to be brought back in. So that was a scintillating bit of play there from Elijah to get that ball towards Patrick. The centering ball was something else. I believe that was Gilbreen Sampi who took that. Just had it just a little bit out of my line of vision to get the right jumper number, but I'll give it to her. Why not? That's now the Blues. Now have to find a way to goal themselves. 4 bouncers coming out and leaping along from right half back. Fantastic work to try and get it up to the presenting teammate there. I think it was Jacala Skinner, but it couldn't quite work for her. Leona Skinner also there for Nookamba, but they lose possession. It comes back out now to the scoreboard side, the Forest Road wing, and she's getting really busy now, is Millie Bagno. She is on it on a string right now. Look at her go, but just took one too many on in the end. That was like silver service at a restaurant, the way she held that ball in the palm of her left hand. Unfortunately, though, the Nookamba Blues girls said, we're not leaving a tip. We want our money back. And they got the ball back, but only momentarily, though, because the kick comes to centre half back, and it's going to be turned over here. Williams involved. And once again, Banyo getting there too. And she had some game. I think I've got her as the front runner now for the Archie's footwear thongs. Unfortunately, though, they both concede a free on that occasion. 3 minutes gone. It's the Lions by a point. Kicked by Darlene Patrick. The 1 minute 15 mark of this second half. Will it be enough? As Blues try and force their way forward. It was not too bad work there by the number 26 in Bernice Skinner as she was getting tackled to get that one sort of inside 50. Now they all scramble around it. Where's Big Angelica? She looked very dangerous in the first term. Angelica Costain tries to help out again. Ball jars free. Will it stay in play? Running onto it there is Bernice Skinner. Can she make it? No, she can't. Beaten to it by the Lions defence. And the girl who was starting off the first term in blistering form, taking everyone on, Talia Stack, gets it out of danger for them. Now they come along the clubroom wing side. On the rare times it's ventured over on this side of play. Faith McCarthy can't trap it for the Lions. Loses it. And the girl in light blue ends up taking it away for them. It's another 26. I'm not sure if that one is actually Skinner. I think there's two 26s out there. As now scrambling forward is Lahani Yamera. A couple of bounces, but I think one of those was as she was tackled. Yes, the umpire confirms. So the free kick definitely there for Malaja. May very well be content to protect this 1-0 lead at the moment and do it soccer style. As the ball comes out the right half back. Ravanya Leonard doesn't quite pick it up cleanly in the end, but she's got some support now. Wouldn't be surprised if it was Banyo coming in once again as the ball is centred. Not quite taken there. Casey Jingle had the opportunity for the Lions. Couldn't take the mark. And we get another whistle and a stop. And we'll come back towards the Blues, much to the chagrin there of McCarthy, because she had some space around the bottom of the centre square to get away there. So now, Unkumbar get it back towards centre half forward. Not cleanly taken, though, by Yamera. As the ball now comes back inside 50, though. They get the repeat entry, but it went over the head, though, of Miranda Costain. And away come the Lions once again. Away comes Stack once again. This one then, though, turned over. Couldn't find Leonard. Inboard come the Blues once again. We'll give that one once again to Skinner, Bernice, with that one inboard. And now they find one big target in Miranda Costain. Where's Angelica? There she is! And there is the goal! Oh, she did everything she could try to do to miss it. Has a sly little grin on her face as well. It's going to be the full points, though. There's the two-flag confirmation. Some good entertainment provided by the Costain girls. Angelica Costain. Almost Malcolm Blight style in the late 70s, running to an open point. But almost Percy Jones style, literally kicking the post. But no, she got contact with the ball and it bounced the right side of that left-hand goal post for the first goal and only goal, maybe, of this contest. And it is the reigning premiers now back with the lead. Can they steal it once again? Just like they did in last year's grand final. So well done, Angelica Costain, getting the first on the board at the 6-minute mark. So one goal to Nunkumbar, one behind to Malaja. Here in the first women's match, the first match of the 2026 Bujiman pre-season carnival. Now, Ruck's at it again. It's Miranda Costain who got the goal assist to Angelica up in ruck against young Sampi. Vintasia, who follows up once again, and I think has won a free kick. She has. Well done. So Quintasia Sampi, happy to take her full 10-second quota before being called to play on. Sends this one nice and long. She got great penetration on that kick. Easy 35-plus metres. Fantastic work. As the ball now tumbles its way inside 50. Mad scramble with all players there. Venetia Williams can't quite get it. Now tumbling forward. Intended target there was Patrick, who's got their one behind so far, but it didn't come to her on the full. It came on the bounce, and that suited the Blues' defence nicely. As they now come away once again through left half back. The Lions players, they're in number there on the scoreboard side in the Forest Road wing. They try and see if they can find the middle of the big sticks down the showgrounds end of the Fitzroy Crossing Oval. They can't get inside 50 on this occasion, though. Tumbling down there. There's Sampy once more. Quintasia on all hands and knees. Good work to force it forward once again, but now this one taken away by Skinner for the Lions, for the Blues, I should say. Denise Skinner helping them get inside the centre square as it now rolls and rolls. Is it going to be to the advantage again? Yes, it is. Here's the other Skinner. Doing it nicely. Forcing it forward by hand again. Angelica, she nearly had a look at that one. Not quite, though. Beaten to it by the Lions defence. Helping out in and amongst that was Shea Ross. As now Malaja get it towards right half forward. And that mark is well taken, outstretched. Beautiful hands. Anisha Williams it was. Now, towards the centre. Tisha Sampy. No, that wasn't. It was Jakani James on that occasion. Just lost their footing at the crucial moment. Has she got the support at the back? No, she does not. The Blues have it and have got the win. Stolen it again, just like they did in the 2025 Grand Final. They had a few extra minutes, though, this time Elijah to try and get it back. But scampering away to ensure that they wouldn't get one last opportunity at goal was Janiqua Skeen, the 33, and that will do it. A win to kick off 2026 in the pre-season to Nunkamba. 1 straight 6 to Malaja, 1 behind. The 1-goal kick-up at the 6-minute mark, Angelica Costain in a great 1-2 combination with her relative Morania. So there you have it. Nunkamba picking up where they left off last year, and there'll be no question that as they get into the thick of it in the regular season and have their full 4 quarters, you'll see the scoring open up. But still some good defensive work from both sides. So Lee, Ryan and Brody, the trio of coaches for Nunkamba, and then the other Lee, unless it's one Lee advising both groups, it could be, or just taking some intel from each of them, who knows. Maybe it was the Lee from Malaja who snuck into the Nunkamba camp and, helped them really tighten up defensively. But anyway, great defensive work from both sides. Thoroughly enjoyed that. Louisville's Amy here for Filming Footy in association with Classic Catches, all thanks to Dartfish and Archie's Footwear. We'll take a break and we will come back and we will bring you the original game that we were going to bring you at 11 a.m. local time. Riveroos and Bayulu Bulldogs in the men's. Reigning premiers Bayulu now will be ready to play. Back soon. just joined us here on the YouTube stream via Filming Footy or via Classic Clashes, we welcome you live to the 2026 Central Kimberley Football Basketball League Bujiman pre-season carnival, pre-season event. The next match for broadcast originally was the first match for broadcast, but there was initially a call-off and then just a delay with the reigning premiers, the Bayoulou Bulldogs, taking on the River Roos, the refreshed River Roos. So initially it was Bayoulou who weren't able to make it on time for the 11 a.m. start. But it was decided initially that the game would be called off and then we would get the women's game underway, which has just concluded. The Nookambah Blues and the Maludja Lions, a grand final rematch from last year. And it was the Blues once again breaking the Lions' hearts. Not as close to the final siren as on grand final day last year, which was literally a second away from it. This time, though, it was with 3 minutes to go as the two halves were officially 9 minutes long. Initially, it was going to be 20, but there was a delay with their start as well. But we eventually got 18 minutes of football for you, and it was 1 goal to Nookambah, 1 behind to Maludja in the end. The behind was the go-ahead score initially, 1 minute 15 mark of the second term, kicked by Darlene Patrick after some brilliant play with the ball being centred in. It was all started by my pick for the best on ground in that match being Millie Bagno, and then getting it into the dynamic Sampies, or one of those who went into the ruck. Quintasia helped change things up a little bit, just taking over from Taisha Jimbiri, but the other Sampi, Yulbreen Sampi, was the one who centered the ball in and found Patrick on the chest, and she wasted no time having the shot for goal. Sadly missed it, but it seemed like with the way that general play was going, how tight the defences were with just playing the 1%er game, that maybe the 1 point was going to be enough. But no, they found a way, as they deservingly did last year when they got the premiership, did Nookambah, and Angelica Costain finished off the great work that was placed by her relative in Miranda Costain. So that's them done. As you can see on screen now, some of the Central Kimberley's next generation there, the kids just watching the AFL at the present time. The Gold Coast Suns doing a number on North Melbourne under the lid back in Melbourne at Marvel Stadium, but not by much though. The Kangaroos are bringing things back into striking distance. Margin at 20 points. We've just hit three-quarter time there at Marvel. 13-7-85 to 10-5-65, the three-quarter time score. So 3 goals to Jack Darling for North, along with 2 to Jake Costanti. Nick Larkey, the Suvlaki, with 20. The Suv. Paul Curtis has 1. Trenbath has 1 as well. And Jai Simpkin, the skip-up, also with a goal. So some good Indigenous flavour there. And then for the Suns, Jed Walter, very highly sought after forward. They'll have to do quite a lot of work come the end of the season to get that happening. As the girls are coming back out for some more footy, it looks like. So maybe they're going to play 4 9-minute quarters, but it looks at things, I thought it was 9-minute halves. But anyway, things happening on the fly, which is okay. And it looks like that is going to be the case too. So the match isn't over. The match isn't over. My apologies there. So we're going to have the River Roos up against the Bayoulou Bulldogs, but nope, the girls have decided we want more, and they've been given more. And straight away, the Blues are wasting no time. Big Costain gets that in there. It wasn't Angelica that time, though. She's at the deep forward. That instead was Morania, who tumbles that one into the right forward pocket, and we will get it thrown. So, okay, we'll continue on. Part 2. Why not? Why not?
Will you tell Louis to call this? Is it back on YouTube?
So, as we were going to be bringing on the River Roos and Bayoulou Bulldogs, we apologise for the graphics not being reinstated here, as a snapshot and behind is kicked out of the pack there for the Blues. exactly that one was. Quite tight to see in and amongst that sea of players. Happy to give that one to Jamala Button, I reckon. The 18. So, just an update. They have now changed it to 4 9-minute quarters. So it was originally scheduled to be, well, first of all, 2 20-minute halves, and then we thought that maybe, okay, we'll just go 2 10-minute halves to bring things back up to scratch in terms of the schedule. But no, 4 9-minute quarters is now the standard. So that's that. This is part 2. That's fine. More girls footy, why not? As the Lions now scamper their way forward. Only get as far as centre half forward. Good work there on that side by Shea Ross. So the Archie's thongs, well, you might have to just hand them back for the time being, Millie Banya, unless you have another ripper of a second half. You did have a ripper first half, so I was happy to have you in possession of the Archie's thongs for the time being, but we'll see whether you can hang on to them and put them on your feet at the end of the match. As we get back to the action here, it's inside Nunkamba's 50, and working overtime there, Benita Sherrill. 1 handball smothered, 2 handball smothered, but third one able to get away, but not clear enough though, as that kick on goal, and you can see the throw back of the head by Button, Jamala. Did get the behind earlier on. It's the one we've given it to. It's not easy to see her in and amongst the sea of players at that stoppage where the kick came out from the throw-in in the right forward pocket down at the Fitzroy Valley Showgrounds end, or the neighbouring town Junjuna end. But she was the one that felt that got that goal through as we get a restart here. 1-1-7 the score for Nunkambar. Malaja 1 behind. Confirmation that it's 4 9-minute quarters now to replace the original 2 20-minute halves, or as we thought, we're going to be 2 10-minute halves. As we now see the ball back up to Malaja's centre half forward region. Sampi was the one that had the opportunity there to send it further. Jill Breen, she got about 15 metres on the kick, but again, the Blues defence impenetrable on that occasion. And they have a careful mark now taken by Button once more. She comes out wide to left half forward. Careful mark on the chest taken. The 1-2 Skeen. Janiqua Skeen, inside 50, this one goes now. Attempted snap, went the wrong way, unfortunately there for the Blues. Might have been bent that time. As the Lions now have the opportunity to rebound again. I reckon Bagno has gotten himself involved with that. James, Chicani James has it. Inboard to Stack, who started this game off quite well. Spilled that one at the crucial moment and then was put under pressure when she got the kick away. Fantastic work by Miranda Skinner to put her off. And now the Blues have the rebound. They get it towards left half forward. Inside, check side kick. It was quite clever. As you can see the men in the background now start to warm up. That's the Malaja Lions men's group. And a whistle on play, holding the ball. Good tackle. Beautifully done by Sherrill. Putting down Denise Skinner. And forgive me for thinking there's 2 of her out there. There actually are 2 26s, but that's who I'm going to give Denise Skinner to. As now the big ruck back in the thick of it after a rest in the second quarter. Jim Beattie for the Lions. Sends this one up to the wing. 2-on-1. Oh, James and Stack make a meal of it. Blues get out of that one just as they nearly ran into each other and then sort of gave a little shrug of the shoulder and, oh, well, we'll just worry about the next one. As the kick forward from Lennard for the Lions is also rebounded by the Blues inside 50. It comes. Ball not going over the boundary line there. Sherrill, handball sort of to herself, and now the big girl gets in there. Jimbiti, the tall one, and does well to help save the day and lock that one up. But Sherrill, some good defensive work in this third term by her to not concede anything further. 1-1-7 plays, 1 behind. And apologies for the graphics. We had preloaded them ready for the men's game, but didn't realise there were another 2 quarters to go. Tumbling ball, I think it's found its way through. It has. Magnificent work, something out of nothing, and that's what these talented women can do. Men can do it too in the Central Kimberleys, no question about it. 2-1-13 now the score for Nunkamba. Malaja, 1 behind. That one came literally out of nowhere. Just under 2.5 minutes to play in this third term. Wow. Beautifully done. Tell you, Morania Costain is having a say on things in the middle for Nunkamba. Now a way to restart with the clock now just under 2. And we just await the ball to be brought back to the middle once again. So the umpire picking out a free kick, I think, and we'll go to Jimbiti. Jimbiti now, 6.5 forward, turnover though. Away come the Blues once again, out to the Forest Road scoreboard side, but they were stifled for the minute, but now they get the chance to scamper away. If the bounce can stay true here for Lucille Mulligan. Mulligan now gets it forward, inside 50. That's as far as it goes. And it's precious seconds now, tick away. And the Lions cannot get out of jail again. Mark taken. This is definitely a Costain. Just double checking whether it's Angelica. Will Angelica be involved in this play? There she is there. So no, it was just the rally. And she finds a 1 behind there, which takes the score now to 2-2-14 for the Blues. The Lions still at 1 behind, with not long to go in this third term. In fact, that is it. There's your siren. So Morania Costain was the one who sent that ball forward for a behind with some good penetration. So 3/4 time now. 9 more minutes of action remaining in the 2025 Grand Final rematch, pre-season style, between the Nunkamba Blues and the Malaja Lions. It's Nunkamba 2-2-14, Malaja 1 behind. Back shortly. Final quarter of the 2026 Bujiman Carnival pre-season matchup between the Nookambah Blues and the Malaja Lions, who took part in last year's grand final that the Blues stole from the last second. And they currently enjoy a 13-point lead, as we've got the graphics back up for you now here on Filming Footy in association with Darfitch and Archie's Footwear, our wonderful partners, and also Classic Clashes. You can catch both our streams on YouTube for this. As now we'll see what the Lions can do in response. This is a good build-up here with the forward handball. It seems to suit sides like Geelong well in the AFL, but unfortunately, though, they can't go any further. But they're going to get a reprieve, though. The Sampi girls getting involved. And on this occasion, it's Quintasia that has the ball in possession. And she sends this one now inside 50. It's as close to goal as they've probably been all game, even with that one shot that they had earlier, courtesy of Darlene Patrick. And Patrick was there again. Unfortunately, though, the ball had other ideas. Barracks for the Blues at the moment as they come out of defensive 50, but not too far further than that. Eventually, Anthea Brenda is stopped in her tracks. Now, I believe it was Jamelia Bent who scored that goal out of nowhere in the third term for the Blues. Stand to be corrected, but I reckon just going back on the replay that it had all the markings of a single-digit number, and it seemed like it was definitely bent, but we'll keep an eye on that in the last term. So we've got her for one, we've got Angelica Costain for one, and Jamala Button with one behind, along with Darlene Patrick one behind for the Lions. So 13 points to the good are the Blues. The Lions have it once again inside 50, so dominating possession here in the opening couple of minutes of this last term. Scrambling here, there and everywhere, and the umpire says, I've had enough of that. I'm giving a free kick to the Blues, and it's 26 number 2. Don't think, though, that apologies if I'm wrong, that is Bernice Skinner, because there are two girls in 26. I believe Bernice Skinner has the proper Blues jumper on, and the other 26 just helping out there. It might be just the alternative strip. As the ball comes now out to centre wing on the club room side, and then scampering away with this one, doing it nicely is Sherelle. I've really liked her second half so far. She could be in contention for the Archie's Footwear, but then there is the holder of the thongs at the moment, Millie Bagno. She says, I still want them, and as that kick smothered just as I was about to talk her up. Unfortunate for her. As she goes into fight once again, and a few laughs among the players as it was a good, hard, friendly fight. Miranda Skinner was the one, though, who put the smother on. And then once she lost possession, when she thought she had it, she just rolled on the floor laughing. She ruffled pretty much as play went on behind her, and eventually a free kick got picked out, and it will be Quintasia Sampi to take it again. And she's had a good game too. Very, very solid right throughout, especially since she went into the ruck in the second term. As this one comes now inside 50, 26 number 2, Courts. Spun around, play goes on. Here's an opportunity for the Lions. It's McCarthy, inside it goes. Can't find Patrick, can't find any other key forward or small forward. Blues get out again. There is Marinia Costain. One way, then the other. Can't get around Jimbidi though. The opposite ruck as it comes back inside 50 for the Lions, but taken by Brenda. Nice and safe on the chest, and that kick is fantastic. She spots a player out loose. That one there being Janiqua Skeen, but she couldn't quite read that one in the flight. Now has to try and put the tackle on. Does she do well enough to get the free? She does, because Benicia Williams elected to handball while being tackled. Clear free kick every day of the week, twice on a Saturday morning and afternoon in Fitzroy Crossing in the Central Kimberleys. So now the Lions come away one more, though, so they weren't able to make the most of that free kick opportunity, the Blues, on that occasion. It was Jimbidi who got it forward, did well with a bounce and a gallop. Now, players converge once again. 26 Mark 2. Gets it up and gets it away. Can Marinia Costain get onto this one? No. Tried to paddle it to her advantage upwards, but it went downwards instead. So the ball now deciding it wants a fair fight and start supporting the Lions this time as they get a free kick inside 50 as we have gone past the halfway mark of this final term. Remember, these are 9-minute quarters, updated from the original 20-minute halves that were scheduled. Handball coming away here for the Lions. Brianna Williams back into heavy traffic again. Is that Sampi once more? Bobbing up, cork in the ocean style, if you don't mind. Oh, look at this work from Quintacia Sampi, and she's found a target. And it's Casey Jingle with the opportunity to bring the Lions back to within half the score. 7 points will be the difference if she can convert. I don't think so. She's just missed that one for a behind. Unfortunate there. What a build-up and what a play from Quintacia Sampi. So the second behind now for the Lions. They go to 2. 2-2-14 the score for the Blues. They might have some more scoring yet here to the Lions. They intercept that kick in with Sherelle, who's done some great work down back for most of the day. Now thrown forward. Still fighting is Sherelle. Doing well though. Outnumbered at the coalface, but she's got some support around the traps now. Unfortunately, none of them can get it. Luella Costain, the one that got away, trying to help out. Can't do so, and we will get a stoppage and a ball up. And with Sherelle, well, she's going to do it all here now, in the ruck too. Once again, paddling it to her advantage. Little toe poke, whether that was intentional or not, it was clever. And eventually got out of bounds. Throw in the right forward pocket down the Fitzroy Valley Showgrounds / Junjuna end of the Fitzroy Crossing Oval, the centrepiece of the Central Kimberley Football Basketball League. And it's 14-2 the score for the reigning premiers in this opening pre-season contest for the Bujiman Carnival. On the restart, that little handball went astray there from Quintacia Sampi. She fights again. Overruns it this time, but the ball now spills free. Here's an opportunity for the Lions. Benicia Williams! Yes! Yes, indeed. 4 legs 11, Benicia Williams. With less than 2 minutes to go, game still is on. 1-2-8 to 2-2, 14 the score. Plenty of time. The ball can get back into the middle quick enough for Malaja to get another surge forward. And they have had the bulk of the attacks in this game, to be fair. Bulk of the possession. It's really just been the Blues playing rope-a-dope with them and getting that sneaky opportunity when it matters. That's allowed them to be in front in this game. But really, the general play, if you block the scoreboard, which I know you shouldn't because it's the score that matters, although this is a pre-season game, so as far as the grand scheme of things, it doesn't count, then Malaja have really been the better side for mine. Again, don't take anything away from the Blues girls, though. And here we are once again. The goal kicker, Benicia Williams, paddling, tapping, kicking, soccering, picking it up. Now having a go again. Tumble. I told you they had enough time, but unfortunately the ball went the wrong way. It's gone out of bounds in the right forward pocket, but there is an umpire conference here and a bit of pointing going on to say that something was probably a little untoward off the ball. Maybe, as we go into 30 seconds now from full time. Now 15 seconds to go. Still the umpires having a little chat as the ball now gets brought back. What's about 40 from goal? It's going to come back here to Benicia Williams, is it? No, she has the ball now. She throws it back to the umpire. So that's a stoppage after all that. Anyway. And that ate up the last minute. So maybe Malaja will feel a bit robbed there because that took a whole minute to get back. And they had it in their right forward pocket courtesy of some beyond impressive work, some monumental match-saving work from Benicia Williams, who got their only goal and then got the clearance and ran the ball nearly 50-plus metres herself through all kinds of one-percenters to give themselves one last opportunity, but then the umpires put a stop to it and took the ball right back to Malaja's centre-half forward position for a ball up, and then the siren sounded. So, tough going. tough going in the end for Malaja, but ultimately they go down by a goal. 1-2-8 to 2-2-14 the score. Goal kickers for the Blues. It started off with Angelica Costain in the initially first half, and we thought it was all over, but no, an extra 2 quarters were put on, so we made it from 2 halves to 2 quarters, 2 halves to 4 quarters, which we're certainly not complaining about here on Filming Footy, no question about that. We love more footy all the time, and any more exposure for this wonderful competition, the Central Kimberley Basketball League, is more than fine by us. So she got that goal before half-time, and then Julia Bentz, with confirmation on the replay, a brilliant goal from 40 metres out that tumbled and bamboozled others near the goal square. And that gave them a 13-point lead at three-quarter time, but Manisha Williams gave the Lions some hope late, and then did her very, very best to make it 2 in a minute. And then, as we saw, the umpires unfortunately got involved, probably when Malaja didn't want them to, even if the call was there. And that was all she wrote. So that is now officially it for our opening game of the 2026 Bujiman pre-season carnival in the Central Kimberley Basketball League. The Nookaba Blues pick up where they left off at the end of 2025 when they saluted with the premiership and have edged out their grand final opponents here once again, the Malaja Lions, 2-2-14 to 1-2-8. After the break, we will have the original first game that was scheduled at 11 o'clock, which will now take place just shy of 2 o'clock. The Riveroos and the 2025 reigning men's premiers, the Bayulu Bulldogs. Louis Bulzami here with you. We'll be back again very shortly. If you've been with us since the beginning of the broadcast, welcome back. If you've just joined us, formal welcome to you and your company for our original first match for broadcast, but now the second match for broadcast of the Central Kimberley Football Basketball League 2026 Bujiman pre-season carnival. It is the men's Riveroos taking on the reigning premiers, the Baulu Bulldogs, who finally got the GPS working and got themselves here to Fitzroy Crossing Oval eventually. Louis Bulzomi here on behalf of Filming Footy and Classic Clashes, proudly brought to you by Dartfish and also Archie's Footwear. The CKFBL is proudly sponsored by the Gandua Ambuni Rilan, the Mara Warra Warra Aboriginal Corporation, Country Football WA, FYASA, and vitally Lidl Proprietary Limited, the heartbeat of Fitzroy Crossing, the pulse of the Central Kimberleys. So, we were quite entertained with the women's match that preceded the Noonkanbah Blues, speaking of reigning premiers, up against the very side that they conquered in last year's grand final with 1 second left on the clock, the Malajja Lions, and they were behind early in the second term in this game as well. Got to the front when we thought initially that it was only going to be half a football each. But eventually it was decided that given the initial delays and the potential to not have the match that we're about to bring you very shortly, Riveroos and Yulu Bulldogs, and it was decided that instead we will have 4 9-minute quarters, and thankfully that has taken place. And the girls put on quite the show as well. It was Noonkanbah 2-2-14 to Malajja 1-2-8, the goal kickers. Angelica Costain and Jamelia Bent for the Blues. Venetia Williams, with just over 2.5 minutes to go, managed to score Malajja's single goal. Then she had another opportunity just as the 8-minute mark ticked over. Got the clearance, kept paddling it forward, ran alongside the ball and then behind the ball for probably 50 metres or so, then had a shot. It tumbled the wrong way just at the last minute. Didn't get the left turn at Albuquerque like Bugs Bunny in the old Looney Tunes days. Out of bounds for a throw, and then the umpires called the ball way back, and it took nearly a minute to get back to centre half forward for the Lions down at the Fitzroy Show Gardens end, Fitzroy Valley Show Gardens end, and then the siren sounded. So the time unfortunately ran out. There's no time on in these quarters or halves, and that allowed Noonkanbah to hold off a fast finish in Malajja. But really in general play, Malajja certainly could hold their head up high. They thoroughly dominated general play and possession, just unfortunately, as can bring many a team unstuck, not getting it done inside 50, and that's all the Blues needed. The defence held up beautifully and were able to eventually, once they got their opportunities inside their own forward 50, capitalising on a couple of occasions. Staines in Morania and Angelica combining for the first half goal, which we thought was done and dusted until we got the update that no, we're going to go again for a full second half, so another 2 quarters added on. And then Morania Costain again, a brilliant stoppage and handball out to a free and dangerous Jamelia Bent, who finished truly from a good 35 out as the ball just snaked its way towards goal and ended up through the middle. And look at this, and great man, Johnny Douglas, the national manager of Dartfish and Filming Footy, presenting the Archie's footwear thongs to a very, very proud young lady there. In fact, I think we're going to give a couple out. Why not? We should give one from each side. So Morania Costain for the Noonkanbah Blues, and a girl who I thought set tongues wagging, especially in the second term, to give the Lions plenty of opportunity, plenty of drive, especially along the Forest Road wing, and that was Millie Bagno. And we've got a lovely little clip, a lovely little photo with Millie holding on to the Archie's footwear, and the fresh Burley ball as well, which is fantastic to see. She gives her big thumbs up approval, and she also has a Dartfish beanie on proudly too. Fantastic work there. But speaking of fantastic work, the general manager for multiple years, pretty much since the competition's inception back in 1991, heart and soul person of the Central Kimberleys in Jeff Davis, had a great chat, a very lengthy chat with John Douglas before we got the first game underway, and it was during what would have been this game coming up right now between the Riveroos and the Bayulu Bulldogs. And yeah, some great topics were covered, especially when it came to the logistical difficulties of getting football up and running here in this region and maintaining a strong and safe and healthy presence for the community at large, especially the youth. But thankfully, plenty of great work has been done behind the scenes. He has been one of those driving forces, if not the main driving force for so long. And the current Community Development Officer, Callan Hatchman as well, has been superb. As the teams now come out to the middle and just line up for the formalities. The umpire's just taking them through those for the time being. Team sheets have now come through. They've been finalised. So for the Riveroos, we will have in number 19, Asman Castaigne. So that Castaigne dynasty still ringing true here in the Central Kimberleys. We saw plenty of the Castaigne girls out on show in the women's match. We're going to see another Castaigne right here. And then Cassio Gunyon in number 5, Calvin Jangeri. Number 4, Kieran Manson. Number 12, Latrell Lenmard. Number 14, Enrique Skinner. Number 39. Apologies if I can't read the handwriting, so we'll go with Skinner. Or Skeen, maybe. No, I think actually it's Skeen. Bradley Wynack, number 23, Asnal Thurkel, number 2. And then Jonte K. I thought it was Dean, but it might be Jonte K, number 17. Alfonso C, 34. She's going to run with Alphonse. The Fonz. Tristan Mack, number 18. Rossan, number 11. Quaden Rilgan, number 13. Rui Rid, number 21. Josiah Brown, 35. Ted Cramble with a no number. So any number I can't see, I'm going to give you the nod there, Ted. And then Duriak Kinamura, number 29. We'll go with Derek there, I reckon. Anthony Collab, number 37. Jovan Nugget, 33. Cody Brick, 40. Daryl Minga, 27. The His, 26. And Aaron Ramby, 33. As play now gets underway here with the Roos and the Bulldogs. Bit of a mad scramble here all around, and it may well be the Bulldogs in possession there initially, and they get the ball forward, but good saving mark there taken by Jangeri on his chest, and he comes now inboard to Jonte. He then comes out towards the Fitzroy, or the Forest Road wing, I should say. That one there just a little too hot under the feet of Enrique Skim. And he goes after it once again. He's got some support here though from the number 21 in Rurid. Neither of them, though, can take it cleanly. They still fight for it at ground level. Now trying to dive for it here is Rosanne again, and he gets a free kick in the end too. So well played. Never go up the ghost and got rewarded for it. Inboard kick's a good one. So the Dogs fight it forward. In fact, actually, that was the Ruse list, I should say. Apologies there, as Alastair Hobbs has the ball now. And I love what he's wearing on his head too. Why not get the cap on, the trucky cap? As he sizes up the goals as Hobbs, no, he elects to pass it inboard to a young man who wouldn't look any more over 6, but I'm sure he's about 35. And that is the number 47, Joel Smith for the Bulldogs. In he comes, up and wide. And out of bounds. So the man who got the free kick earlier, my mistake, Antonio Surprise. Surprise! You certainly surprised me. I thought you had doubled up as Rozan before, because that is the opposite 11 for the Roos, but it was Antonio Surprise who was able to get that free kick out on the Forest Road wing and send the Bulldogs back inside 50 for their second entry of the match so far. But alas, that shot there from Smith out of bounds on the full. So the Roos get a reprieve, but only for the moment. Trying to dance his way out of trouble was the number 12 there in Kieran Manson, but he was caught. So inside 50 it comes back again for Bayulu. The big fight here. No one can pick it up cleanly, but Tristan Mack eventually does to Jonte, and then through heavy traffic, the Roos find a little gap. But they don't have many players up the ground, though, as it goes past the centre circle. Someone's potentially lost some headwear there, I think. Maybe lost their little trucky cap or baseball cap. They'll pick that up in a hurry, but at least they got their boots on here as the Roos now fight their way forward. Inside 50, shrugging the tackle, paddling it forward 1% style. Was the 19 there? Wonder if that's Ted Cramble, because I don't see 19 listed. Oh no, sorry, it's Asman Costain. I apologise. Costain it was. And unfortunately, he and the rest of the River Roos forwards couldn't get the job done. The Bulldogs get back in possession with a scrubby Daisy Cutter-like kick. As the ball now through the Shaw shoes of, I think it was Federa Ridey, number 25. In towards Smith again. Little Smith does well. Pops the ball up into Sias Jack. And he finds a target further afield. And we'll get another shot on goal here for the Bulldogs. Will it be a scoring one? The last one went out of bounds on the full. This one should hopefully find its way in between some of the sticks. Hopefully for their sake, the big ones. And Cazares Baker will be the man to take it, or Cazares Baker. We'll go with the Kurt version. The purposes of this broadcast. Happy to be standing corrected as it's off hands there and a tumbling ball through for a goal. Front and centre work does the trick for the reigning premiers. Brilliant stuff. And at a tick under 4 minutes, they get the first goal. One straight 6 to no score. So the Roos not doing much wrong, but the Bulldogs, when they're really clicking, they look sublime with ball in hand. So we get set for a restart here. Winning that one there was Jack. Nice high up and under ball. Who will it sit for the best here? It sits for Ridley quite well. And he finds a target loose at about 35 from goal. And with no hesitation to go back and have a shot yet again. Baker, as he did before. So the last one fell short, but ended up being effectively a goal assist. This one, we'll see if he's got the extra meterage in him to become the second goal kicker. It's on target. It's sensational. Baker's doing it all at the moment. Goal assisting and goaling himself. And the Bulldogs skip clear at the 5-minute mark of this first term. We do expect it to be 9 9-minute quarters. Slicks here running wild. 4 9-minute quarters here. As just taking an eye on the monitor here on Fox Footy. They are preparing, of course, for the massive occasion back here in Melbourne at the MCG. Scott Pendlebury breaking the VFL AFL games record. Game 433. Michael Tuck, Brent Harvey, Dustin Fletcher, Kevin Bartlett, Sean Burgoyne, the others in the 400 club. And we're just getting chats with Fletch, Tucky and Boomer at the present time with Mark Howard on Fox Footy there. But don't worry about that. Stick clear with filming footy right here, right now, because the Bayula Bulldogs are putting on a show at the moment. The River Roos are right up against it. And the Jets are on here. The feet are in NOS mode for Antonio Surprise. Inside 50 it goes. Doesn't find a target. The Roos get clear for the moment. The mark is taken by Manson, and he's got some room in front of him now to skip away with the bounce. Shanks the kick, though, and he knew it straight away that this is going to be painful for him on the rebound because Ridley's got it one way then the other. Little dinky-die kick into right half forward, slightly inside 50 is Baker. There, dangerous again. I thought he nearly held his opponent without the footy beforehand. The second one, though, was a legitimate tackle. Out it comes, and we have now made we've solved the mystery of Ted Campbell, because he literally has no number on his back. So that was a Crumble, I should say. Ted Crumble he does literally have no number on his back. Anyway, off it goes now here to the running, galloping Josiah Brown. Big, deep ball inside 50. Beautiful work on the rebound for the Roos. And they get one back against the grain, courtesy of Alfonso C. Oh, well done for the River Roos. Bulldogs tightening the screws, putting up the centre wall, but they finally found their way up over and above it, and they had plenty of room to work with out the back. Good deep entries. They're a defender's nightmare, and it worked superbly for them in the end. And now a man with no number, Ted Crumble, getting the chain started nicely. He will now take his position back in the middle, ready to rove this footy. Enrique scheme up in the ruck there for the Roos. Got the tap down, but didn't get it to advantage. The Bulldogs get it now towards centre half forward. This one cut off though. Smith couldn't take the mark. So the helmeted one for the Roos. Get his name in a minute. Gets towards Crunball and just spills that one initially. There he is once again. It was Tristan Mack. Man in the helmet, the number 18. Helping now extract the ball out to a very open Forest Road wing side where Deontay, who's been quite busy early on, gets it forward. Rozan just losing that one in flight and then on the ground again, but he had support at the back. And they continued that forward momentum nicely, did the River Roos. And the mark is taken by Ray Reid in number 21. So handful of the Roos players wearing the North Melbourne-like royal blue and white stripes. The others just going for a straight sort of off-royal in the blue variety, as Roy Reid's kick is offline for the first blemish of this contest. 117 now, the River Roos, the Bayula Bulldogs, the reigning premiers. 2 straight 12. We are just about ready to blow the siren for the opening term. There it is. So quarter time. Good entertaining stuff by both sides here. River Roos had plenty of the ball in the first few minutes. But then the Bulldogs dominated the next probably 6 or thereabouts. I'm not going to say 6, 7. Oh, there. Damn it, I said it. And then the Roos straightened up nicely though and finally got themselves over that impenetrable wall, that seemingly impenetrable wall, and found space out the back to get their opening goal. And then that last opportunity as well. So 2 straight 12 to 117 the score. The Bulldogs have the lead, but the Roos are up for the fight. It's 2026 Bujiman pre-season carnival action for the Central Kimberley Football Basketball League here on Filming Footy and Classic Clashes. Louis Bulzomi, loving life, bringing this one to you. We'll be back after a few minutes. Welcome back to the coverage on Filming Footy, or Classic Clashes, whichever stream you have chosen to tap into via YouTube for the 2026 Central Kimberley Football Basketball League Bujiman pre-season carnival. It's the Riveroos men against the reigning premiers, the Baulu Bulldogs men, in what was originally the first clash of our schedule. Ended up being the second clash, with the Bulldogs just arriving a little late, but thankfully they have made it, and they are putting on a great show for us right now, just like the girls did earlier on. The Nunkamba Blues and the Maludja Lions, a rematch of the 2025 Grand Final. And once again, just like in that result, the Blues getting the job done. Here it's 2 straight 12 to 117, the score in favour of the Bulldogs. Their goal kicker so far, Antonio Surprise, was the one who got the first goal. Surprise! He did surprise me. I didn't actually catch him initially in the live call, but no, on replay we confirmed it was a great surprise. Surprise packet. Just setting himself nicely in the goal square, waiting for that ball from Cazares Baker to come in. Off the front and centre tap down. He pickpocketed nicely, well read, and snapped it through truly. And then Baker himself, the next set shot he had, sailed through for full points through, as Brian Taylor would say, the eye diddle diddle. As we're just having a look now, Scott Penderbury is now running out onto the ground. So I dare say that the kids will be enjoying watching that on the scoreboard screen here at Fitzroy Crossing Oval, as well as the second quarter now gets underway. So SP 433 officially engaged. Scott Penderbury out onto the Hallow Turf, the NCG, for his 275th appearance at the home of AFL football. But this is the home of Central Kimberley football we have for you right at the present time. And the scramble goes on here amongst all players at half forward for the Roos, as the Bulldogs now clear this one away. Only momentarily though. He thought he had all the time in the world there. Did the number 46 for Baulu, who is Martin Baker Jr. And sadly, it got smothered away from him, but they were able to recover in time quickly. But the Roos had plenty of numbers though in space out the back. A couple of handball chains into the lap there of Calvin Jangeri, but he lost it momentarily. He's got some support now trying to come out through centre half back Latrell Leonard, the 14, and then he's get caught holding the ball, and he realises his mistake there. So the Bulldogs come back, and I reckon it was Surprise again. Antonio, inside 50 it goes. Duncan got hands to it, couldn't complete the mark. Can Jangeri make amends here? He gets some support now and gets a handball received from a steam train charging through in HS, the number 26. And they come out from right half back along the club room wing side now through Jonte, who has had plenty of the football so far. Wouldn't be surprised if he's in the double figure possessions at the present time. He's kicked to centre half forward, cut off by the other surprise, Mikey. So 2 surprises out there. Oh, absolutely. Oh, it was a pleasant surprise for me to have 2 of them out there, no question about it. Then Mikey was that one, and that one was a bone crunch from Dion Thomas, or one that went right into the breadbasket of Dion Thomas, and the Roos get possession once again. That kick go to centre half forward as now Thurkel couldn't have found his opponent any better if he tried. And it's turned over, and now the Bulldogs carefully with possession through right Ridley. And they now bring it out to the Forest Road wing side. And called to play on, which came to the surprise of, I think it was Baker Jr. again, who mops up his mess though, gets it cleanly, and spears a pass in nice, low and flat to a presenting Alistair Hobbs. So 2 goals down the Fallon Road end of the first quarter for the Bulldogs. Will Hobbs kicked the first for them down the Fitzroy Valley Showgrounds, and he's got some good purchase on that. But it's off to the right, I think. One behind the score from the female goal umpire, doing a wonderful job there, looking fabulous in the lime green, as all the umpires are looking also. Absolute thankless tasks that they are all placing on at the present time here in the Central Kimberley Football Basketball League. Of course, without umpires, you can't have a game either. It's one thing about the financial support, it's another thing about making sure the rules are adhered to, and they do that with absolute aplomb in enforcing the rules of our great game of Marngrook Australian rules football. 2-1-13 to 1-1-7 now the score, as the Roos look to bring play in to centre half forward and right half forward. Oh no! Oh dear, the old tippy toes and 2 left feet of Thurkel just cost him in the end. He was clear at 50 and he's gutted with himself at the moment as he put his head to the turf in disappointment and frustration. Come on, get up, son, get to the next contest. As the fight continues on inside 50 for the Roos. There's a kick across the face. It tumbles out of bounds to be brought back in just before Javan Nugget can keep it alive. So they'll get another chance here. Will the Riveroos, as we apologise for losing the feed there, unfortunately, with the score at 2-1-13 to 1-1-7. We'll hope to get that back for you very, very shortly. So just repeating the dose here. It was in the Roos forward line with an opportunity, so unfortunately cut away at just the crucial moment. In fact, we'll take a quick break here as we wait to get the broadcast back up for you. Won't be too long. There you go, split second. They heard me. They absolutely heard me, and we are now back in action once again, and it was a behind for the Riveroos while we lost you momentarily, but we've got you back now here on the Filming Footy and Classic Clashes stream, and dancing his way through and kicking a brilliant goal. Oh, the timing couldn't have been any more perfect to get us back on because you just saw the goal of the day. Masterful work from Roy Reid. And he bobbed up quite prominently late in the first term as well to give the Riveroos their scoring opportunities, and he bobs up the crucial moment there to get their second goal. And from what I believe, they've given them the lead as well. 2-2-14, 2-1-13. Our graphics show 2-1-13 apiece. We did lose transmission momentarily, and I think there might have been a behind scored for the Riveroos in that particular passage of play because there was an official kick out from the goal square for the Bulldogs, as coming through now and setting up yet another goal opportunity on the bounce. Not kind into the woodwork. It was great work coming through from Javan Nugget, who got the clearance. And then as he was falling to ground, kicking it around his body, Darren Jarman style, Asman Costain, unfortunately, couldn't find the middle. The ball didn't communicate properly with him. But they're looking good right now, the Riveroos. Their best control of play for the match, clearly. Their second quarter has become theirs, and they've got an intercept as well. And a kick inboard. Roy Reid, he got the last goal. Can he get the next one? No. That ball too flat. Bulldogs defence now having to work overtime when last year's grand final, they cleared right away from their opponents, the Malaja Lions. Yes, the men and women for the Malaja made the grand finals last year. Neither came away with silverware. As the Bulldogs now finally escape the danger. And the man who has a goal for them, Kazaris Baker, having to do some work down back to help them out. And he gets involved here again from the rebound and re-entry kick from HS for the Riveroos. So good work from Baker. Liking his game so far. He could be the current possession holder of the Archie's footwear, the Archie's thongs, as young little Smith, I swear he's 35 years old. It doesn't look like he's 6. Out there doing some nice work, but unfortunately the ball went up instead of long, and then a good wrestle to the ground between two very honest players. One of those, I think, is the man with no number in Ted Crunbull. He was the one caught down and brought down, so ball up. Good strong tackling work performed there by his adversary. As the kick comes clear now for the Bulldogs inside 50. Probably from number 14, I don't think I have listed here, unfortunately. But anyway, we'll confirm that as the ball now comes back into the hands of Baker Jr. Misses. Just to the right. So, scores level. 2-2-14 apiece. close to the shadows of half time now. Here at the Fitzroy Crossing Oval, the centrepiece, the MCG of the Central Kimberleys. There's the Roos now. Careful possession up to the club room wing, trying to find a gap there, and succeeding to some extent was Cassio Gunyon with the handball to try and fight this one again. Well, he has some support with Nugget, who's done some fantastic work, especially through the middle in this quarter. He's setting some goal opportunities up, but the siren sounds to end a thrilling first half from these two sides. You can't separate them. The Bulldogs thought they got some separation in the first half, but the Roos had other ideas, and they owned that second term, did River. And we are locked away at 2-2-14 each of two. So we will take a quick break, and we will come back and do a first half wrap, and then bring you the second half action between the 2025 premiers, the Bayulu Bulldogs, who also enjoyed previous premiership success back in 2009, and the only three-peat of any club in the history of the Central Kimberley Basketball Football League in 2012, 2013 and 2014, up against the reborn River Roos, who bobbed up for a year in 2004, went back into recess, and are now back fit and firing yet again. We will Zomi here for Filming Footy and Classic Clashes, proudly brought to you by Dartfish and Archie's Footwear. Back soon. Okay, welcome back live to the coverage of the 2026 Central Kimberley Football Basketball League Bujiman pre-season carnival, match number 2. The first of the men's campaign, the Riveroos up against the reigning premiers, the Baulu Bulldogs, one of the more dominant forces in the CKFBL, dating back to the comp's inception in 1991. They joined the competition back in 1998, and they have 5 premierships to their name on record, including the most recent one, when they dominated against the Maludja Lions. As the second half is underway right now. Good throw up by the umpire. We'll see whether the Bulldogs will start off like they did in the first quarter, or will the Riveroos pick up the momentum that they had well and truly in the second term. So coming through there for the Roos, I think it was the number 33 once again in Nugget. He's been pretty busy, especially since the start of the second term, but unfortunately they lose possession now. The Bulldogs charge through the middle. How far though? Not far enough. Caught. Gone. The Roos are holding up. They're here for the fight. They're not phased with whoever has got the ball in possession for the Bulldogs. They bring it now out towards right half forward. Going back there and trying to fight for it was Wayne Mook for Bayulu. He's still there in the contest. Get some support now. Arriving there at the thick of it was Phoeben Ningamata. And they are able now to extract it out of defence to the Bulldogs. And they have some targets there further up the line on the Forest Road wing. It was a 2-on-1, and they did win out in the end, nice and carefully. And away they come through. Brian Johnson in the 48. This is looking more like the first quarter from the Dogs, although that last kick certainly was more like the second term. There's a turnover, and Bradley Wynack does the job to save the day for the Roos, but no, we're going to see it come in once again. Johnson once more, inside 50. Oh, beautiful work in heavy traffic right there for the Riveroos. That was done by the fleet-footedness of Kelvin Jangeri, the silky smooth moves of him to get through what many would not be able to find, tight spaces, and eventually between he and the big man in defence in Bradley Wynack, they stop that forward foray from the Bulldogs and win a free kick out of it too. Now they switch play out towards the clubroom side. Quaden Rilgan has some space and he's off like a light. One bounce. Has he run too far here maybe? Well, he fooled the umpire there, I reckon. Just made it more of a lateral run, slowed down, probably took about 25 metres and ended up making it look like 15. But hey, the footy gods were watching him all the way. Turnover happened as that crashing over the top and crudely, according to the umpire, and I think that may well have been right, Daryl Minga didn't have his legs taken out. He just stepped over the top and made contact with the head. Accidental, of course. And the free kick will be taken for the Bulldogs. It's taken by a man wearing, I do believe, they're Chicago Bulls shorts, which is fantastic. Loving his own style, and that's Zio, who goes after it again after his ball was turned over, and this time he does take the legs out. So Zio, who got the free kick for head contact, goes diving down, but this time it was the rule that was brought in, and you think it might have been the Adam Goods rule back in 2012, the old legs getting taken out from under you. Free kick to the Riveroos. They bring it inside 50, marking target there. Unable to complete it. Might have been Nugget charging through once more, and also presenting himself up forward. The big 38 as a shot on goal comes through. It's good. Very, very good. Rosan involved again. 1 goal, 1 for him, and he's helped create opportunities for the other goal kickers, Alfonso C. and Roy Reid as well. The Archie's thongs could well look like absolute gold on the feet of Rosan. We'll see. Might have him in possession of it right now as the Roos come in forward once again, especially if we can get another goal. He's involved in this play as well here too. Gets the dispossessing front-on contact to work for him, but Ridley there to save the day in defence for the Bulldogs. Up to Zio. NBA's finest there with what he's wearing for here, the bottom part of his outfit. I love it. I absolutely love it. A lot of them donning the basketball shorts here, and why not? As it now, the cavalry arrive from all angles, and a free kick is picked out here, going the way of the Roos. And I think it will be Lamard. Latrell Lamard, who will take it. He's got a teammate in space here at left half forward. Inside out kick from Jonte finds the unnumbered one in Carnival. Rocking to North Melbourne, Royal Blue and White with pride as well. Love it. There's an authentic North Melbourne jumper there he's got as well. So here we go. 7-point lead to the Roos. Can he make it 13? 13, nope, he makes it 8 instead. 22. 2-2-14 is the score that we've got. And the Roos really putting a tightening of screws on right now as they get another rebound entry back inside 50. Repeat entry. It was Kazito Gunyan, but his kick, though, is astray. Only as far as Baker, who's now locked away in defence after kicking a goal in the first term, but he then turns it over as well. Making amends on that occasion was Gunyan. He misses to the right for just the one behind. So this quarter completely owned by the Roos after the Bulldogs started off with a couple of forward 50 entries, but really the Roos defence wasn't all that well threatened as Crumble just tumbles at the last second. Ball jars free. Ball comes now back in possession of the Bulldogs, and then picking it up nonchalantly was Linrolu Jack, number 31. He literally stopped there. It was like time had stood still, which is a Scott Penderbury trademark. As that game between Collingwood and Walyat Marrawar West Coast is officially underway. And the Bulldogs are underway here on the counter-attack. Inboard, 1-2. Could have been a raffle for either of them. Probably by right should have been Dion Duncan's goal. Ended up being intercepted by his teammate, but he finishes off the good work, though. So the Bulldogs get one back against the grain. And close the gap back to, I believe, 7 points. 3-2-20. So 3-4-22. In fact, sorry, what am I talking about? Not 7 points. It actually should be 1 point. Sorry, 3 points the difference. 2 points. Where are we? The graphics say it's 15 points of difference. In actual fact, the scoreboard's got the Bulldogs 3 points ahead. We're all at sea here. We'll get a confirmation at three-quarter time as the Roos send it forward once again right to the edge of the goal line. And it's cut off by Baker. And he's doing it at both ends quite nicely, Kazara. So the Archie's footwear could come back into his possession at short notice as well. As once again, I'm going to start calling him Pendles the way he's going. He's even got longer hair, almost dreadlock style as Jack, but he's caught at the crucial moment. And Rulu Jack, and the rebound entry inside 50 works out for the Riveroos. And presenting himself nicely here is the big number 38 in Anthony Dollard. And he decides not to go for goal. He honours the lead of a well-presenting Asman Costain, who has a behind to his name so far. It was Darren Jarman. Fall to the feet and kick around the body. Didn't quite go on target for him. That one there just will pop up inside the square. Off hands. Rush behind. So I've got the Roos at 3-5-23 myself and 3-2-20 the other way for Bayulu. The scoreboard's potentially right, actually. Might have the River Roos on the bottom of it, but we'll get confirmation anyway. I'm going to run with what I've got and then confirm it at three-quarter time as a rebound entry comes in for the Roos once again. They're doing this so well. Jonte was the man having the kick there. As we now get that three-quarter time confirmation through the siren. And another behind going the way of the Roos. So from my count, I have them at 3-6-24. And the Bayula Bulldogs I have at 3-2-20. But get a zoom in on the scoreboard here and we'll see what that says to make sure that we do sync up in parity here. And while we await that, we want to thank our wonderful Central Kimberley Football Basketball League sponsors, because without them, we don't have a league at all. The Grandua Amburni Wirran, the Mara Wara Wara Aboriginal Corporation, the Country Football Western Australia, FVASA, and most importantly, Lidl Proprietary Limited. Lidl Proprietary Limited is trustee for the Fitzroy Crossing Trust. The beneficiaries of the trust are a combination of 6 Indigenous communities in the Fitzroy Valley. Our vision is to assist in the development of the economic base of the Fitzroy region to ensure that members of the 6 beneficiary communities and members of other communities in the valley can look forward to a better quality of life. And speaking of quality, that's what we have here for you in the second match of our 5-match extravaganza in the 2026 Bujiman pre-season carnival in the Central Kimberley Football Basketball League. It's the Riveroos in front of the Bayula Bulldogs, but only by a slender margin. We'll be back for the final quarter with yours truly, Louis Bulls Amy, very shortly. Final quarter underway here between the River Roos and the Baulu Bulldogs. Our second match, our first men's match of the 2026 Central Kimberley Football Basketball League 2026 Bujiman Carnival pre-season style. And the Bulldogs this time are the hot side out of the middle to kick off the final stanza. But once again, the River Roos defence showing that they may well have what it takes to prevent the Bulldogs from starting another dynasty like they did from 2012 to 2014. As they bring it now out to centre wing on the clubroom side. And off the pack here, coming away with it, a man who has done some good work today in John Tay. It's going to be very hard to find who's going to fit the slippers nicely from Archie's. There's a few players putting their hands and feet up for it. John Tay, one of those. Inside 50 comes now for the River Roos. They're making a meal of it here. The Bulldogs defence. That's un-premiership-like for them as the kick is just a little bit too fickle. Didn't get the right bounce or the right amount of power from Nugget. That's a chance gone begging there. As the Bulldogs breathe a sigh of relief, a vital sigh of relief for them. As they come away now to centre wing on the Forest Road wing side. And a free kick will be picked up here for them and taken by number 48 in Brian Johnson. We've got a little bit busier in that third quarter. As all slipping and sliding now. The Bulldogs players in all areas of the ground. Another turnover here coming the way of the River Roos. They're taken by Quaden Region, and now they're away again, but losing the football. Spending it before he earned it was Gunyon. Have to fight hard to get back into it again. Rozan gets involved, puts a good little tackle on, ball spills free. Once more, putting it through his legs there, basketball style. Gunyon, no surprise, considering that basketball is certainly a well-loved sport by these young footballers as well. Just look at the attires as the Bulldogs now look to try and make the Roos pay for that costly dispossessing mistake in the middle. Paddling and paddling, trying to keep it alive there. The 32 in Richard Duncan. He couldn't do enough though, didn't have enough support. And then that one there literally sitting like a parrot on his shoulder. Kieran Manson taking the mark. And that one now coming out towards Gunyon. It bounced right on its point. He waited for it and then sprung into action. But he took a little too long. Little Smith gets involved here for the Bulldogs. Unfortunately, though, outnumbered, and away come River Roos once again. Courtesy of the 47. Don't think I've got that one listed. I'll double-check that. Might be Jono, actually. He's another one that was crossed out and didn't have a number, but I'm pretty sure Crumble was the one that had the shot on goal earlier. The North Melbourne jumper as he comes inside 50 for the Bulldogs. Fighting through it at front and centre and now going inside out with the shot, or maybe an intentional pass. Either way, Hobbs, that was clever. Intelligence personified, and they will have a shot here through Duncan. So Duncan can give the Bulldogs back the lead. The graphic still has the Roos by 11 points, but the confirmed score from Johnny Douglas at three-quarter time was 3-7-25 to 3-2-20. Make it 3-7-25 to 3-3-21 as we approach the 4-minute mark of this final term. Fortunate miss there for Duncan. The reigning premiers up against it here. The reborn River Roos. So heartwarming to see them reform a team in this league. They spent 2004 as a single season. And now back on show in the 2020s. And then don't argue their work from Crumble. Nicely done. Dusty Martin would be proud of that as he comes back inboard once more. Diving and desperate. And as he wins off a free, he does. And he lets Sias Jack know all about it. So, handball now off to a man who has been very prominent with getting penetration on the kick up the line and through in between the arcs in Jangari. Inside 50 it comes now. Whistle. Untimely is it for the Roos? It was, as Asnil Thurknell had the goals in his sights, but the whistle stopped him, and luckily for him he didn't kick it away because it could have been pretty costly in the end, and the free kick was taken by Linrulu Jack. Now the Bulldogs, do they cough up possession again? They almost do. It was a fantastic effort to try and leap up and stop that from Josiah Brown, but the ball a little too high for him. It doesn't matter because out the back once again, it is Jangari. Maybe he has a set of Archies in his sights as well. Off to Jonte, and he couldn't steer that pass. So he could steer that pass, actually. Sorry, maybe a mini jumper clash, but no, I can see them very clearly. As that one was marked there by HS into Quaden Rigan, and off the back, just got to stop it and head it back inside. He does. It was very, very clever from Asman Costain. Unfortunately, though, his teammates were reading from a different song sheet, and they didn't finish that one off. But Costain, it wasn't your fault, though. You kept that one well and truly alive with some quick thinking. But the Bulldogs may yet get one out the back here. Margin at 4 points in favour of the Riveroos. Bulldogs back inside 50 only for the moment, but they may well get another re-entry here. It goes towards centre half forward. It's a high ball and a mark ball. Well taken by Kieran Ridley, who plays right into the man of the mark. Make another effort here, and this is Crunbull again. What a last quarter he's had. Stopping everything. One bounce through the middle. Away he goes. Spots a pass up laterally on the 45. But unfortunately, though, for Jonte, he couldn't trap it. Has to fight again. He's got some support here. It's 2-on-1. Paddle forward. Jonte does well. And now they're clear, are they, the Roos? No, they're not. Bulldogs stop them. But not for too long, though. Good recovery tackle. Well reacted. Almost proactive style by Quaden Rigan. And he gets a free kick as well. We'll call it proactive because proactive is better than reactive. Because it means you're right on the money early, as unfortunately, though, that bank account was wiped out with that attempt at a mark for the Roos. And away come the Dogs now. I know time is the enemy. We've only got a minute and a half to go. And once again, Crunbull. The Rocket Gibraltar down back towards the shady part of the club side wing, the interchange wing. Well thumped on its way, 1% style from Rilgan. They do turn it over, so the Bulldogs have another pulse left in them. This may well be their last opportunity to steal the win here. They're 3 points down. They're 4 points down, I should say. 21 plays 25. There's only been the one score in this final quarter. Away comes Little Smith. They've got the open one out the back here to the Dogs. But they don't go for goal, though. They go to the right forward pocket, and the ball bounces out of bounds with less than a minute to go. By G. He'd want that one again. Was it our man Richard in 44? I think it might have been, or was it Zio in 42? One of them. There was a 4 on the back, and they've lost possession. He had room in front of him to have a shot as well. Is that it for the reigning premiers? Do they start off 2026 in the pre-season with an L to the column? They may very well do so now as time really is starting to run out. The Roos have a free kick at left half back. They're happy to just wind the clock down. Coach Bradley Wynack has delivered a masterpiece for them. And the players have responded in kind. As the big man, Anthony Pollard, presents up in the middle of the Forest Road wing, and then his follow-up kick goes out of bounds. That'll do it! Hot start 2026 for the Roos, even though it won't count as it's not a regular season game, but in terms of confidence and in terms of belief to head into their campaign for this year, this will be a day to remember for them. The 23rd of May 2026, the reborn Riveroos in the Central Kimberley Football Basketball League have defeated the reigning premiers, the Baiulu Bulldogs, by 4 points. 3-7-25 to 3-3-21. Their defence took charge in that final quarter and held off every forward foray. They had a few themselves at the back. Almost could have sealed the deal when it got right to the goal line, thanks to Asman Costain's wizardry. to handball it back mere millimetres from crossing the line. Unfortunately, though, he didn't have a teammate ready, willing and able. They were still in the green room, ready to be called out when Costain was already on set. But it didn't cost them in the end, though, and they got the job done. And I'll tell you what, throw a blanket over a few of them as far as the Archie's footwear is concerned, but I think overall, for that last quarter, and that's my man Ted Crumble. That's the one I'm going with. I believe he's the man with no number. There's a couple of them that were on the team sheet that didn't have a number, but I reckon he was the one that we were rolling with all the way through. And his work down back was something to behold in that last quarter. It was vital. It was critical for the Riveroos to be able to hold on. So there we go. All done here at the Fitzroy Crossing Oval for yours truly, Louis Bulzami. We still have plenty of football to come, though, so don't go anywhere. We will have a change in commentary team, but I have had an absolute ball bringing you the first two games. It was the women who kicked things off at 12:30 local time. The Nunkamba Blues doing it again over the Maludja Lions like they did in last year's grand final, winning by a goal. And then last year's men's premiers, the Beulah Bulldogs, started off hot, but were doused quickly by the reborn Riveroos in the match you've just witnessed here for Filming Footy. So big thanks to the National Manager, John Douglas. Big thanks to Rohit Rawudi. Big thanks to Brandon Woolhouse as well for giving me the opportunity to put my lyrics to the soundtrack that these wonderful players, both men and women, have produced for everyone today. Music to everyone's eyes, not just ears as well. So I've been the music to the ears, they were the music to the eyes. But you will have now coming up the Nunkamba Blues men taking on the Maludja Lions men, followed by the Wankajunga Crows and the Kajinya Cats. And then the women will finish off the program, so they bookend today's carnival. The Beulah Bulldogs and the Kajinya Cats to finish off. So the Bujiman pre-season carnival will rock on, but I will bid you a farewell. Until next time, be good or be good at it. Take care.
Again. I'm not a football man, I'm a referee.
Watching it. Just lighten that. Okay, here we are. This is Jeff Davis and Sergeant Mark from the Fitzroy Oval, and we're doing some pretty amateurish commentating of the Mullager versus Blues pre-season game down here at the Fitzroy Crossing Oval. We're about a couple of minutes in, and the Blues have already scored a goal, and now Mullager have got the ball deep in their forward line, and one of the players had a shot for goal, but unfortunately kicked the man in the mark, and the Blues are pushing it down the outside of the ground on the river side of the ground and passing the ball amongst themselves. You'll have to forgive us for not being able to quote the players' names. A lot of the players are not actually wearing numbers on their jumpers and are a bit too far away for us to see, Mark.
That's it. Our old mate Rick Kennedy there, he had a couple of involvements there.
And he's actually, we can pick him because he's a bit paler than the rest of the blokes running around around the oval. And for those who don't know, Rick is one of the guys that works with the footy, with the juniors, with the Colts, and he also plays at centre forward for the Blues. The ball's deep into the Blues pocket, and it looks like it's been kicked in, but I think it's out of bounds on the full down there, mate. Well, it looks there.
Did he pay it or not? Nah, it's out of bounds on the full.
The Lions deep in the pocket at the Junja end of the ground. He's having a bit of a look around. There's a bit of movement up in front, but the movement today hasn't been all that quick.
Yeah, I think the boys are a little bit underdone. Ikem Brown, just back from Claremont, number 2. He shows his class a couple of times today already.
Yeah.
And here he goes, he's working hard.
Yeah. That handball went to Renee Dingo's son, Eliza. Now the Blues have turned it over and kicked it back into full forward. And they're about 25 metres out directly in front. Number 3, I think.
Number 6, I think, Jeff. That is Asman Costain, Jr.
Yeah, well, and just a bit of background on Asman. He's one of the Colts guys that will be going to play in Broome next weekend at the Colts Championships.
He's put it through by the look of it.
There's a question being asked. I think they'll find that they're waiting for the footy to come back. It's been kicked out deep. Now, Mark, the Colts Championships in Broome next week. You've had a bit with the junior footy.
Yeah. The boys have been training for quite a few weeks now. A bit different to last year. So it's hopefully they'll really put up a good show. And they're a year older this year. They were super young last year. I think they were the youngest team there by quite some time. So hopefully the Fitzroy boys this year will have a better crack at it and play some good footy.
That young Ikem you just called in that last bit of play, he's one of the main guys in the team? Yeah,
he's in the leadership group. And he's been down to Claremont, played in their futures, been training with them.
Orlando circle out of the middle, pass it off into the wing. Nice handball as the Blues run past using the outer wing here. Marked in front by number 20, looking inboard. He's going back. He looks like he's going to put it deep into the full forward line. Nice
Lawrence Bean is number 20. So.
There's a big pack flying there. Snap over the shoulder. Beautiful kick by number 26 over the shoulder. Left foot snap running towards the pocket and has registered the third goal for the
number
Blues.
26, Genghis Bedford, one of our Colts boys. We'll be playing in Broome in a couple of weeks' time.
Oh, well, it looks like they're having a good hit out. Genghis he plays at centre forward for that Colts team?
Yeah, centre forward, full forward. He's I didn't know Genghis until the last few weeks, but every time he plays, he kicks a few goals. He's got good hands and the straight kick, which is what you want in a forward.
Yeah, cool. The oval's looking pristine at the moment, Mark. It's beautiful looking green, and wasn't that a few weeks ago?
That's it. Cannon from the Shire, 3 votes.
Yes.
They've done a great job.
Yeah, it's looking pretty good. And we've got to mention the marking. Callan and I were doing the marking yesterday, and we gave Callan the line marker, and he's done a good job. As the Lions, number 22, young, one of the older boys, one of the Cox boys, marks it onto the left foot, passes it to the forward pocket, and I can't tell who that is with no orange boots lining up, but he's about 35 metres from goal. He moves in.
I think that's Pacer, actually.
The Pacer McCarthy.
Yeah.
I should know him. He's my nephew. Anyway, this looks like it's been run over the boundary line over there in the forward pocket at the Fitzroy end of the ground. Last touch, I'd say, and the Blues bring it out down that far wing. They're taking it back.
Yeah, Pacer slipped as he kicked it, which made it fall short.
He was one of our Colts last year, and after the Colts he played seniors and on that wing and provided some run for Mullager during the year and was quite impressive. So it'll be interesting to see how he goes this year. Blues bring it in, short pass to the forward. Looks like Orlando circle. Takes the mark. No, it's not Orlando.
No, Orlando's.
No. And up on the wing, the contested mark. The Mullager Lions go early, but it spills over the back. This looks like Hayden Button, is it? Hands over the top. Ball in dispute. Ikeem Brown scoops on it. Handballs but misses, and it goes to the Blues. That was driven deep into the forward line, but in defence, Eliza Dingo. Yeah. Short pass to number 22. Picks it up. Looks over his shoulder. Draws the player. Turns inboard. Has a bounce. Drives into the middle of the ground. Rick Kennedy flies. The ball spoiled. Hits the ground. Socket off the ground. Picked up by the Blues. Number 24. Grubbers the kick, Lucks of Fortune falls to the full forward, who bangs it through.
Asman Costain again, I think.
Yeah, young Asman, number 6. So he's got a couple. The score looks to be 3 goals straight to the Lions yet to score. Pretty good standard little game at the moment. It's fairly open and ball handling's not too bad. We had the earlier game today, that was with the girls. That also was, we had to throw together a game between the 4 different clubs because they couldn't all get in here. Ball's in dispute in the middle of the ground. Umpire Levi Goodgie calls for a throw up. Chucks the ball in there, up they go. Good night.
Good tap.
By Mr. Dingo. Tackled, thrown. Kennedy handballs the ball forward. Again, the ball's pushed forward. Beautiful pass into the forward line, and looks like Genghis again.
Genghis again, yeah.
He's got a bit of a height advantage and strength advantage by the looks of it. So he's about 30 metres out, almost directly in front, lining up on the right foot. There goes the kick, skewing off to the left. Hit the left-hand goal post.
And that's quarter time.
Yeah, they're doing 9-minute quarters, Mark. Is there a reason for that?
I think just because, well, we started late, but also just this time of year, no one's done much pre-season, so they're a bit cooked.
Yeah.
The girls after at 3/4 time looked like they'd rather be at anywhere else rather than out there, but they managed to press through, which was good, and it was a good game in the end.
So the CKFBL season is starting in proper in 2 weeks. Can you just we'll maybe run through the teams that are participating? We've got the Mullager Lions and the Nookumba Blues.
Yeah, Kajana Cats and the Riveroos. I think the Riveroos have done a bit of recruiting this year by the look of it.
They finished bottom of the table last year, didn't win a game, but they having a look at the squad they've got there, I'd say they've picked up quite a few of the younger guys from the Colts team. My belief is too.
Yeah, and I was talking to Keithy Andrews the other day, and he said they got a few guys from Yearly.
Yeah.
So hopefully they're a bit stronger this year and a bit more competitive, and actually get a bit of training happening. That'll be good.
Now these games we're having today, there's just 2 weeks prior to the season starting. Obviously the fitness levels and that are not in place, and also some of the teams haven't been able to name their squads yet. So these 2 teams that are playing now, they'll basically the Nookumba team is basically what it'll be, but the Mullager team I think is made up of a couple of ringers, as what we would call them here. But the last year, was it Mullager played in the grand final?
Yeah, Mullager Bailu. Bailu had a pretty easy win in the end.
That's right.
But Mullager were competitive, but I think they were. Bailu just had a lot of bigger bodies, and just overpowered them in the end and ran away with it quite easily.
And Nookumba had quite a young team, if I remember. I think they might have lost the preliminary final.
Yeah.
And fell out. But having a look at that squad there's a few guys like Hayden Button, who was the eventual Davies medal winner, is out there, and I see he's mostly doing a bit of the coaching with Rick. I can also see standing in front of the pack there one of the school teachers, the principal from out there. He's new, and I was talking to him just before we came on air, and he's quite excited about getting involved in footy if he stays.
Oh yeah, that's good. And I think Genghis Bedford, I'm not sure he played for him last year either. I think he was
No.
away at school.
Yeah.
He's a big in for him.
Yeah.
So Nookumba are going to be competitive this year. Well, they're always competitive, but they'll be difficult to beat.
Big Orlando Thurkel, who was part of our Colts team last year, I hear he's been given a bit of a leadership role in the Blues team. He was he's not the captain, but he's one of in their leadership group, that's a pretty good story in itself, isn't it?
Yeah, Orlando's been coming down to junior footy for 2 years. He never misses. He's always there every week, and he's really good. He's showed leadership down there, and he showed leadership in the community, and I think he's doing a great job. And that's probably why he's been rewarded with the leadership in the footy team, I reckon.
And he's also been rewarded in another aspect as well. He's been employed by Gandua as a part-time rec officer. I think it's only 10 hours a week at the moment, but to come down and help with the footy and those sort of things. And I was fortunate enough to be in Broome the other day when Gandua had their training workshop for their new staff and sort of introduction, and he was there and chatting to him. He's really come on, because he couldn't get 2 words out of him before, but he was talking to the rest of the group and speaking in front of the group and stuff like that, which is a really terrific thing.
Yeah, that's good to hear. He's such a nice young man. It's good to see that he's getting some work and getting recognised for all the good stuff he does.
Yeah. Just looking down at the ground now, watching the two squads there talk to each other at Callan, I see Lyndon Dickens in there. Lyndon Dickens is a young left footer who's in the Colts, and I think he won one of our Rising Star Awards last year. So if in the next couple of quarters, it might be a good idea to see how he goes, because he's 1 year older and a little bit more mature.
Number 6.
Yeah, number 6. Really classy left footer, seems to have plenty of time to get rid of the footy and be in spaces that are good.
I see Hatchman Bilgen's playing for Mullager today. Did he play for Mullager last year?
No, I think he played for the Crows last year. I can see him there. He was strolling down this number 32. Is it? I can't see. He's most
Ashwin 35.
35. Yeah, Ashwin's been the leading goal kicker in our competition at the Central Kimberley Footy League for most probably the last 10 years. If he hasn't been at the top, he's in second. Renowned kicker, kicks the ball somewhere between 40 and 60 metres, depending how he's feeling on the day with both feet. Can usually kick them from impossible angles and things like that, and then quite often he misses the real easy set shots. But a really strong and influential player, and I think he's now played for 4 different clubs in this competition. But yeah, it'll be interesting to see how he goes. He's looking like he's put on a bit of muscle.
Yeah.
since last year. But he's also renowned for jumping up over people. I don't know if he could do that now though. But a good leader for those young boys in the forward line for the Lions. Okay, ball's being tossed up in the centre. Levi chucks it up. It's knocked to the advantage of the Blues. He picks the ball up, fires a forward handball out to Asmund Costain, who again fires a handball forward, but it's picked up by no, it's not. It's fumbled by the Lions. The ball's in dispute. Will it come out? It's still stuck in there. Eventually it flicks out. Beautiful diving mark by Mullager Lions. Hakeem Brown drives
nice kick, straight down the middle.
And he picks out a target beautifully. And the handball running past, really good play onto the left, drives deep into the forward flank. Out comes the lead, and really nice mark taken. That was a lovely piece of play.
That's number 15. Just trying to see who that is.
That's we'll wait till we find his number, but he's driven it deep towards the goal. It's going to be right on the boundary line, on the goal line, and he's put it through. That's the young Hun boy, isn't it? Not Brady, his brother.
Right.
One of the Huns. Fongy's son.
Fongy's young bloke?
Yeah.
Okay.
And Eddie Cox, number 23, gives him a high five as he goes past.
Denzel? Is it Denzel Hun?
Denzel Hun, that's the one, yeah.
That's 17, number 17.
Yeah. Ball's being slowly relayed back to the centre of the ground down here in Fitzroy. Beautiful sunny day, most probably 30 odd degrees, a couple of clouds in the sky, a little bit of breeze. Beautiful knock, shark by the Blues, driven straight down into attack. It's dropped, the ball's dropped by the full forward leading out, picked up by the Lions. He's slung down to the ground, the ball spills to the Blues, snap over the left shoulder, and it's through. Looks like it's through for a point. So that's 4 goals 1 to 1 goal straight. And if you have a look carefully in the at the goal the goal umpire waving the flags, it's one of our junior girls who we've co-opted to do some goal umpiring, which is good to see the girls getting involved. Ball's in dispute in the middle of the ground. 1, 2, 3, 4 Lions against 1 Blues player. Second Blues player comes in and they can't escape with the ball beautifully. Pushes forward a pass. Picked up. Does a dummy around, flicks out the handball, ball falls to the turf, brought out, skewed off the outside of the foot, up they go, Blues in front, and over the top goes the Lions, the ball flicks out, it's out of the pack, again it's in dispute, sockered forward by the Blues towards the pocket. Lions have got it, has one bounce, he's coming to this side of the ground, doesn't look at the lead, sees one in the middle of the ground, beautifully picks off the lead for number 12, turns onto the right foot, sees a player loose.
There's Lions running loose everywhere, yeah, if they can get it.
They've broken it clear, beautiful pass, and hits Hun on the chest, but it bounces off and now rebounded by the Blues. Runs his full measure, flicks the handball forward, a chain of handballs coming down this outer wing, but intercepted again by the Lions. LD picks it up, hits number 23, running past, had a shot for goal, looks like it's gone through the left-hand side and the goals for a point. I think that says, the score says 1-1, or 1-1-7 to 4-2-25. Ball's now kicked into the pocket, dummies the handball, ball, and he's put under pressure by LD and out of bounds.
Out on the full.
That was number 48 for the Blues. Lyndon Dickens puts a drop punt into a leading forward to Ashwin Bilgen. He hasn't got the speed that he used to have, but he's got the smarts. He picks it up, flicks it over his left shoulder, goes across the face of the goals. Blues leading the chase. One bounce by young, I think that looks like Asman. They tackle, he stays on his feet beautifully. Looks down the ground, sees his partner in crime down there, picks the ball up on that outer wing, looks inboard, pops the handball over the top, flick back beautifully. Streaming towards the goals, he started to run out of leg, but hit his forward, good pick up. Again, they're still pushing the ball towards the goals, and there's been a free kick handed out to the Blues.
I think that might be...
That might be Dane Lanigan, I think, is it?
I think that's Dane Lanigan.
Yeah, he's again one of the Colts boys. Was held after he'd gotten rid of the ball. He's lining up. He's about 35 metres out on the angle. Drives to goal. Nice kick. And out comes that player. That's the principal of the school that we were talking about. What's his name?
Yeah, I'm not sure.
He hasn't got a number, so we're struggling with the number, but he's a little left footer and he pops it through. He reckons he's 40 years old. Well, he moved a bit like a 20-year-old then. The Blues boys get around him. They like the idea of their school teacher kicking a goal for them. So that takes them to 5-2, 32 to the Lions, 1 goal, 1-7.
Cameron Landy, would that be correct?
That's the one, Cameron Landy. And now the other white guy that's playing down there, the real solid one, he hasn't got a jumper. Do we know his name? He looks like, I think he's one of their school teachers as well. Beautiful pick up below his knees and showed some real skill and handballed it forward. Orlando Thurkel gets the ball out of the centre for the Blues, handballs it forward, the pressure's on. Hayden Button flicks it out wide, up they go. The Lions come down with the ball and I think might have been given a free kick. Yes, he now plays on. Drives out to the outer wing, 2-on-1 out here. Up they go, and looks like Genghis Bedford. Bush's ball's pushed forward by the Lions, turns onto his left, handballs to, but shark by the Blues, one bounce. Looks inside, misses with the handball, looks inside again. And he's cool run into pressure, and that, I believe, will be holding the ball. No, too high.
Too high.
That is that Nashawn Naguda? Or
number 16?
He's picked out Dane Lanigan, and he's seen the lead into the pocket and not sure. No, don't have a number for the guy who's taken the Blues who've taken the mark in the left full forward pocket for them at the police station end of the ground. He drives.
Calston Buck's number 16.
Yeah, Calston Buck. He's one of the Colts as well.
Yeah.
The Nookumba have got a real raft of really good young players that are a big part of that Colts team going to Broome. They missed that. That was the point. It's pushed out to the outer boundary by the Lions. They bring it down. A bit of a scrubby kick going down the wing, but it's out in front of Eddie Cox. He handballs to LD, turns onto his trusty left foot. Both of these guys are left footer, and he's pushed over the line. 22.
22.
Right, throw-in's happening.
Renelius Cogolo.
Yeah, Renelius played for the Cats last year, so the Lions have. I'm pretty sure he played for the Cats last year, so there might have been a bit of recruiting done there. Balls in dispute.
Might be a bit of a put-together team too, because I see Liam Middleton's playing out there as well. So
yeah, a chain of handballs by the Blues through the middle of the ground. Young fella with the helmet. He's pushed in the back as he kicked. He kicks away and he hits the man who did the little pick-up classy little kick on the left foot out in front. A bit too far out for our 40-year-old to collect it. Winston looks like Winston Shaw bouncing his way. Four bounces he's having down the outer wing. He approaches the back end of the square, drives it deep in, but he finds one of the Blues batting. He turns onto the right foot, sees a player loose on that back flank, drops the mark.
Big Orlando
dropped the mark, picked it up, handballs to one of his mates going past, gets onto his Nashon Naguda on his left foot forward, hits the pass, and I think it might have been out of bounds. Or no, he's taken the arms. He plays on, goes past the man on the mark, looks down, looks for the lead, misses that, and it's picked up by the Lions. One bounce through the middle of the ground, eyes off the middle of the ground, but well intercepted by one of the Blues. Swings out, dummies over, and gets dumped afterwards quite heavily, and the umpires have picked that up, rightly so. And there's the siren for half-time. I think he might have paid holding the ball rather than a dangerous tackle.
Really? Wow.
But anyway, it didn't eventuate. So half-time score by the looks of it is 5 goals 3-33 to 1 goal 1-7.
I think that's DeQuain wearing the
That's live now.
Thank you.
Right, the sun's starting to go down and the shadows are starting to get long on the FCG. The ball's being chucked up in the centre of the ground by one of our main umpires, Ainsley Jack. It's sharked by the Lions, long left foot shot for goal, and I reckon he's kicked that.
Yeah.
That was some sort of goal within about 10 seconds of the bounce. Who kicked that?
Yeah, unfortunately, they haven't put all the numbers on for all the players. It was number 3, and I'm not quite sure who number 3 is.
But that was very impressive. It was a shot on the run from about 55 metres, and he nailed
Bo
it.
Jones. That was Bo Jones.
Yeah. Well, Bo Jones he's a guy that's been around for a long time. He's from the Yearley community, and he's played footy up in the East Kimberley a fair bit. But he was a boy originally who went to school here, and he's put on a bit of weight, and he's certainly got a bit of a decent foot on him.
That's some young Zeke Green in the ruck, and that's 2 in a row down, and now it's Akeem Brown streaming forward. Nice pass into the forward line, but the Blues have. Oh no,
Akeem's back it again. Handballs to Ashwin Bilgen, who puts it on his right foot, standing in the goal square, dribbles it through.
Number 15.
The Lions coming back in a hurry. They kicked 2 goals in about a minute. Now 3 goals 1 to 5 goals 3. A couple of minutes into the third quarter down here at the Fitzroy Oval. Mark, it looks very pleasant looking out of the broadcasting box here from filming footy. It's a wonderful little viewing platform.
It is a beautiful day here, about 30 degrees. Perfect football weather.
Up goes the ball. The Blues win the tap, knock it forward. They stream forward. Hayden Button onto that trusty right foot, passes it forward just a bit too strong, knocked away by Shaw. He knocks it over the back, flicks the ball around, it's flicked over the shoulder. There's 2 of them. Up goes it, Akeem Brown. Handball forward. He's going to fly it inside to Dingo. The ball bounces away from him. Now it's handball forward again. There's pressure on. The Blues are putting the pressure on. Number 22 is tackled with the ball, and he's been holding the ball. So good tackle by number 7 for the Lions. He wheels inboard, sees Eliza Dingo by himself. He breaks forward to the pack and beautifully tackled from behind. It's played on, they're playing advantage. The Blues stream forward, the ball goes over the top of the Blues player standing free. The defence gets back in time. The Blues half-forward flanker tries to barge his way through and has been pinged for holding the ball. That was a great tackle. Has a bounce, drives it long. That was Winston Shaw, and it's
good mark by Akeem Brown.
He's having some sort of influence. Beautiful kick. Spots number 12 here on the wing. Indicates for someone to lead at him. Big spoil coming from the Blues from behind.
Pace is making a good effort there.
Got the ball out. Dingo pushes the ball forward. And again, the Blues now are outnumbered by the Lions. The Lions seem to have picked up in this quarter. They're getting numbers to the ball. Good tackling by the Blues, though, is resisting that pressure. And the pressure by the Lions has been great. They get the ball. Number 11 now, Pace McCarthy. He's having a look around. Looks in the centre of the ground, not 15 metres. Play on. He flicks it over into the centre of the ground.
Liam Middleton's number 9. He's having a game with the Lions today.
Yeah. Number 22 dribbles the ball forward, hits the man the mark. The Blues are a bit scrappy at the moment. The kicks are not going to where they should. A lot of pressure on. The Blues look like they're out now, though. The ball's being pushed forward. He sizes his kick down into the forward line. Clean bowls the Blues player. Socked forward again by Winston Shaw. Beautiful tackle. The ball gets out. Both players spin in the air as they tackle the footy, put on the left foot by the Blues player. It's bouncing, it's wobbling, it's not going to make it. Blues pick it up. Handball to the top. Shaw pushes the ball into the foot of the players in front of him. He turns onto the right foot, snaps over the right shoulder, and is through for the point. Number 20 for the Blues.
Number 20 for the Blues. That's Lawrence Biner.
Yeah, Lawrence Biner, good player, been around for the Blues for a number of years, played a number of their grand finals. Pretty elusive. He's also put on a bit of weight this year, so he'll be better for the hit out today. Right, looking straight down the centre of the ground to the leads that come down there, and Orlando Thurkle's picked them off. Good view. He's looking for the lead. He's put it down the middle of the ground, but straight to Eddie Cox. He swings onto his. Oh no, it's not Eddie Cox. It's number 22. He's onto the right foot. Eddie's a left footer. It's not him. There's pressure put on out there by Rick Kennedy. There's a whistle gone. Yes, he's been tackled without the ball. No. Levi, umpire Goodgie is indicating that
Zeke Green's having a good game. He's rucking well and he's making position.
Was that him there that
That was
it?
Zeke, yeah. Oh, that's in the back, but not paid. Play on. Alex Ryan, one of our local school teachers, got the ball now. Before he moved to Fitzroy, he'd never played football before. He was a soccer player.
That's right. He actually learnt through our Colt. He came down to Colts and supported the Colts and learned how to play footy from being a soccer player at the Colts. And he's improved markedly over the last 2 years.
Moved to the Lions this year. Was playing with the Riveroos.
Thurkle is tackled after there wasn't 15 metres. I don't think he was very happy about that.
No, he was a bit unlucky there. I don't think he had the ball, but anyway.
Yeah. Ainsley Jack, the umpire, calling him to play on. Ashwin Thurkle pushes the ball forward and hits the target.
Number 3.
This is Bo James again, I reckon.
Number 3 is Bo James, yes.
So Bo's lining up. He's the man on the marks about 5 or 10 metres in from the 50 metres, so he's going to be kicking from around about 50. He's liking his chances. If he kicks it like he did the last one, it should sail through. He goes on that trusty left foot. Beautiful kick, but
off to the left, I think.
away.
Yeah. Woolwich has really lifted their game in this third quarter.
They have.
They seem to be moving the ball a lot better, and they had a lot more pressure on the Blues.
5-4, the Blues. 3-2, the Lions. Yeah, there's been a fair bit more pressure put on those Blues boys now. They're not being able to run that ball.
Zeke again, Liam
Henry.
To Ashwin Bilden
now
takes it in front.
If he was another 15 metres out, I'd put my house on this one, but he's closer than he normally is, and quite often he misses the easy ones. I've put the mockers on him, so hopefully he'll kick this. And he just sneaks through on the inside of the post. You see the shadow past the post as it goes past. So he adds to his. He must have 400 or 500 goals in this competition. He's in his 30s now, and a couple of years in a row there he was kicking 40, 50 goals a year.
Zeke Green coming off. It's good to see him playing so well because he's another one of our juniors who's been coming down for the last 2.5, 3 years and really improved his game and now playing senior football. It's good to see him doing well.
Number 21 for the Lions coming onto the wing as Zeke goes off.
That's Henry Benning.
Right. I think he's a Mountain player from Derby. Ball's hit forward by the Blues, driven deep into the forward line. Will he go through for a goal? It might well bounce through, and does.
Yeah.
I believe that was Hayden Button. Hang on, they're conferring. No, they're not. They're just getting the ball back from down that Junju end boundary. Ainsley Jack, ex-football, and just dobbed a 50-metre drop punt back to Levi Goodger, the central umpire. Levi's one of our main umpires, and as is Ainsley, the umpire our season games. Again, he breaks out of the centre, drops a 45, 50-metre punt kick into the forward line. Or a couple of fumbles. There's a handball, but it's scooped up by...
That's Willow Williams.
Willow Williams.
Another one of our juniors.
And then the siren goes to three-quarter time. Sorry, cut across you there.
That's right. It's another junior, Willow, who's went down to Perth this year to represent Fitzroy Crossing in the Next Gen Academy down with Fremantle. Takes a really good grab. Good to see him out there having a red hot go as well.
Yeah, the majority of the Colts boys are playing in these two teams. I would suggest and the Roos earlier on.
Yeah.
Any other boys that from the juniors, mate, that you'd like to mention that participated and went on there was a Fremantle workshop and then one organised by Claremont, wasn't there?
Yeah, there was. I think in the previous game, Alfonso Collard played in the Roos team.
And there was the boy from Nookumba.
Herwin Laurel went down with him,
yeah.
but I don't think Herwin's playing today. I haven't seen him out
there. So they went down for this. It was the first Gen camp, wasn't it?
Yeah.
And did quite well. We had a couple of 13-year-olds that went in the last game. I noticed the guy playing in the forward pocket for the Baylor Bulldogs.
Joel Smith.
Joel Smith,
Yeah.
and he had the first shot on goal and did okay. So he most probably he won't be playing in the seniors during the main season. He's a bit young. But there's a few of these guys who are in that Colts team are playing in the main league today.
Liam Middleton's playing for Mullager today. Will he go back to the Bulldogs for the normal season, do you think, or is he going to play with Mullager?
Don't know. Liam has played for mainly all his football with the Bulldogs and is their fairest and best winner, and he's also a runner-up Davies medal winner. Very good footballer, but sometimes these boys like to have a change and they marry into another family or they move to another community. I was talking to him during the week, and originally he was going to be playing for Bulldogs, but when I spoke to him today, he said he was playing for the Lions. But
right.
Umpire Gavin Smith, our umpires coordinator, is calling out to us here, asking us if we enjoy our seats in the commentary. Come up, Gavin. Come and have a chat.
Yeah.
Come up and have a chat. Have we got a microphone for you? Yeah, we've got an umpires coordinator here. One of the positions that we have on game day, we have a game day manager and a ground controller and an umpires coordinator. Gavin Smith, who is one of our local gang from Nullangadji community. Yeah. Gavin, come over and say hello. So, Gavin, can you tell us what your role is with the Central Kimberley Footy League?
Hi, I'm Gavin, and my role in the Central Kimberley Football and Basketball League is the umpiring coordinator.
And what's the main thing that job does?
Oh, it's a big job. Basically, just getting everything under control on field and off field as well. So, yeah. And
what are your comments on what the umpiring's like today that you've seen?
The umpires are pretty good. I just need to touch bases with the rule changes as well. Yeah. So, to commence the game, we'll need to understand the rules, the fine cut of it.
Okay, and what's your history in the Central Kimberley Footy League?
I played here since I was 16, 17. I mean, you of all people should know that I had to get my my parents' or guardian signature, and then ended up winning a grand final 2018 with the Wangajunga Crows. And from then on, I decided that I know I can't make it into the AFL league, so I decided here I'm still giving back to football by doing this as an umpiring coordinator.
Yeah, and do you still enjoy your footy?
I still enjoy my footy, and then I'm trying to teach the young ones. It's not always about how you play the game. Not always, if you're a best player, but it's how you play the game. Yeah. Football.
Any advice?
I was going to say, you could tell that you were a good player in that Legends game last year.
And that was I didn't consider myself being still a legend, but still in there people saying you're an old veteran. Even I got my families and friends saying you're an old dog with all new tricks. Really?
I don't think the hamstrings was up there with your talent. So.
Yeah, no, my talent, I reckon it's still in there, but still just have to need to dig in deep a bit.
His body didn't agree with you.
Yeah, my body couldn't agree with me. You said it, Jeff.
Yeah. Well, thanks for coming over here, Gav. Good to have you here.
No worries.
We'll catch up with you again during the year, and we'll get your expert comments, and maybe
no
we'll
worries,
get commentating.
I'll be down there then. All right, thank you.
Cheers, Gavin.
See you, Gav.
Yeah, Gavin Smith, local legend and really good man, good handy man. He's a bit of not a bit of a school teacher, a school teacher out at Bailey School who does languages and also looks after all the kids, and now becoming one of the senior men in our league and has been a real leader for us, mate.
Yeah, I was talking to him today just about how passionate he is about keeping the Gooniyandi language alive and making sure that the next generation of Gooniyandi young people know the language, and he's passionate about teaching it at Bailey School where he does.
Yeah, I was hoping to recruit him to be one of our sport and rec deliverers, but my wife, who's a language specialist, warned me off, said no, we want him to teach language out at Mullager and Bailey and at Fitzroy School, so I've had to hold back on that. Umpire Goodgie chucks the ball in the air, up they go. Orlando Thurkel wins the tap, the ball spills to ground, it's in dispute. The ball finally bubbles out in front of the pack. Number 21 picks it up, swings onto the right foot, pushes it deep into the forward pocket. Out comes Alex Ray. He soccers in front of the pack. It's picked up, one bounce coming out on this wing, two bounces, pushes the ball to a lead further down the ground. 2-on-1 to the Blues, but the Blues win. Number 16 pushes it forward to a leading centre forward, but the Lions cut it off. Dummies one way, Dummers the other. Ikeen Brown, it looks like.
Number 4. Who's that?
But he's hit a target further up the ground, and he drives it long down that wing. Up goes Dingo. The ball comes to the ground. The Blues keep control of it. The umpire's blown his whistle. It looks like it's a holding man decision here going to Pacer McCarthy. He's got the sun in his eyes. He's shielding his eyes. He looks for leads further down the ground. There's one right on the 50-metre arc, and Zeke Green pulls up. He handballs inside to our man again, Bo James, who has a long shot for goal, but it drifts off to the right-hand side through for a minor score. So 4 goals to sorry, what is it? 4-3 to the Lions to 6-4 for the Blues. Blues bring it into play. Nice lead going up that pocket. He chips it wide. Tries the drop punt up to the scoreboard side of the ground, the new Central Kimberley Footy League scoreboard. Looking very resplendent out there in the sun as the Blues bounce their way down the outer wing. Looks for a player further up. One-handed effort, and it comes down to the Lions. He has a bounce and the ball escapes him. A forward handball chained by the Blues. Looks good. Ball in dispute at centre forward. They both go up. The Blues guy sharks the ball from the bounce and snaps beautifully over his shoulder, and looks like he drilled it. Is that Genghis Bedford again?
Not sure. Rick Kennedy let it go through.
Shepherd it through.
Did the unselfish thing.
He's padding number 20 down there on the back? It was from the Blues full forward. Orlando Thurkel wins the knock in the centre of the ground again. They're becoming quite a potent force. Aidan Button and Orlando Thurkel, the understanding between the two. The ball's picked up by the Lions, pushed forward onto the 50. Pacer McCarthy goes for the ball. It's in dispute. It looks like, who is that left footer out there? But he's starting to run a mark.
Number 6, I think.
And it's marked on the outer wing over the top by the Blues. He goes back, has a look down the ground, looking for movement up ahead. They're called to play on.
I think that might have been Lennox Bamber. Actually.
Lennox Bamber, yeah. And Lennox he's
number 9.
He's played some really good footy out of that back pocket, and he's been linking up with Nashaw and Narguda on the wing. And they've had a chain of plays going down that outer wing where they spot each other up, and both those boys playing the Colts together, so it's heartening seeing them do that. Alex Ray handballs forward, receives the ball back, running through the centre, runs the full distance, gets on a nice drop punt, and I think he's been flattened after it, and they've been given the advantage. Ashwin Bilgen is pointing to the mark where he needs to be. He's turned his back. Now, I'd almost bet on this. He's standing in 15 metres inside the centre square, and he's going to have a ping. No, he changes his mind. Sees number 26 out here at about 45 metres out on a slight angle, and he's got his socks, pulling his socks up because he hasn't got any boots on.
PJ Jingle.
PJ gets his given it a big roost. It's not going to reach. The Blues go up, spoil the ball down to the front of the pack. But LD Lyndon Dickens shows what he can do. Quickly onto the boot and snaps truly. Now it's getting interesting, mate.
Yeah, it's closing up. The
7-4 to 5-2 on the ball.
5-3.
5-3.
I think it is. But
Is that, you're right?
yeah. I think
we've got
the board showing 5-2, but I think it's actually 5-3.
We've got about 5 minutes to go in this quarter. As you can see, the shadows are starting to lengthen on the ground. Ikeem runs back onto the ground of the wing, see what he can do. Again, Blues are dominating out of those ruckmen.
That ruck and the centre clearance work is actually killing Mullager at the moment.
Yep. Chain of handballs. Rick Kennedy finds Genghis Bedford. Genghis Bedford, he snaps over.
Plays football like Genghis Khan, he dominates.
Yeah, snapped over his left shoulder and sails through for a point. Yeah, if it was Genghis Khan, he'd be rattling his bones a bit.
Yeah.
They're short passing, he's blown that one, he's kicked it straight to the Blues. Come out of the shadows, forward handball, backward handball. The ball's
Ikeem's free.
Sneaked out the back by Ikeem. He's got one of his Colts mates tackling him, and he's caught.
Caught, holding the ball, Callan Buck. Good work.
Yeah, Callan is a bit of a tackling machine.
Yeah, he's played well today, Callan, so it's good to see.
Handball's off. Hayden Button, long into the forward, he butchers it a bit.
Straight to Liam Middleton.
Liam Middleton gets on that trusty left foot of his, flicks it out to number 20 deep on the back flank. He rotates it back through the middle. Oh, it's going to clear the player. Bo James is sort of trotting after it. The Blues handball over his head. Good bump by the Lions player. The ball's flicked out. Ikeem grabs it again. But the Blues end up with the ball. Tries to break through, and a beautiful tackle. Who was that? That was Bo James. Pushes it forward to Payson McCarthy. It goes over his head. LD runs in. He misses it. Ashwin Bilgen misses it. The Blues are keeping the pressure on. The ball's on the ground. Good handball. Runs into a player.
Good tackle.
Great tackle. And it is holding the ball. I think he's let them play advantage. And there wasn't much advantage there. And they break away with it. Oh, he's tackled again late and dribbles the ball forward. This up near the centre circle, it looks like I'd say the umpire will chuck that up as the ball goes into dispute. And if you look behind the play, there's a couple of players, I think, feeling the heat of it.
Yeah, apart from the Colts, I don't think anyone's done any training. Maybe the Nookumbar boys have, but...
LD's got it. Nice little handball, feeds it out. Ball bouncing over the top. Blues spoil it down to the ground, tries to break free, can't do so. The ball's still in dispute. LD's in there, and I think he might have earned himself a free kick. No, it's Denzel Hun. They call play on and let it go, and Ashwin Bilgen sneaks it through on his left foot for a goal. So every time the Lions start to push forward a bit, the Blues are able to answer them, mate.
Yeah, I don't think they're going to have enough time to get in front. There's only just over a minute to go, but that's closed it up to, what's that, about 8 points?
Oh no, this is, I'm looking at the wrong, it's counting up, not counting down, so there's still a minute. Oh yeah, there is just a minute to go.
Yeah, I'm just looking at I'm looking at the scoreboard timer.
Oh, I can't see that. I'll have to get me better glasses.
Again, clearance out of the middle by Nookumbar. They bit of fumbling. He's had a good game, Bo James.
He has played very well. Absorbed a lot of pressure, and the ball's bundling around in the middle.
That's Ikeem slung after he got rid of it, so he's
looking to dish off.
Yep, and he just got it away. Bit of a foot race on out there now. 25 for the Lions. Just held it up, made a contest of it. It's good. Nookumbar's got away now, and down the wing to we'll call him the school. Is that the principal?
Yeah,
that's the principal.
Yeah, swings on the left foot and sees somebody in the middle of the ground. He's beautiful forward pass, but well read by Winston Shaw, who I think it's Winston who bangs it along to the centre of the ground. But that's the end of the game now. So the final scores, it looks like up there, 7 goals 5 to 6 goals 2.
2.
So a big comeback by the Lions, but not quite big enough.
That's good.
Rick won't. Well, we're back for the fourth game at the Central Kimberley Football Arena. And we've got the star of the last game coming in to come and help commentate, and Rick Kennedy. Hi, Rick. How you going?
First time someone's been called a star doesn't get a touch.
Well, the spotlight was on you, made you look like a star.
Yeah, it was a team effort.
Okay, the game started. We've got the Wonkajonka Crows, who are in green, and you might recognise the ruckman for them who just played for the Blues in Orlando Circle. The ball's in dispute. They're running across the top of the ground at the beginning of this. 2-1 out on that far wing. Rick, you might know some of these players. So
yeah, a couple of teammates just played with.
Whoa!
Big scream.
Over the top.
Too high.
Too high. But it was
good jump.
It was. He runs off the mark, has a bounce, down through the middle of the ground, looking forward, calling for players to run towards him.
Oh, in no one.
The Cats intercept.
Top.
Picked it up on the half-back flank, flicks it out to the wing, nice mark, falls over. He's got players ahead of him, but nobody's moving for him. Now they are. He sees someone he likes out on the wing. Kenyon Munda.
No, JB.
Womblewell, is it? Junior Bronson, who kicked that. Yeah. Now it's marked on that half-back flank by the Crows. That looks like a Blues player that played earlier for the Lions. Still one of our Colts boys that was out on the half-back flank. Spots a man in the middle.
Oh.
The ball falls to the ground. It's always spins but without the ball. The Cats are pushing it forward. Good jumpers, John. There was our cameraman's told he loves the jumpers. Reckons Geelong should be wearing them. Yeah. They get the free kick. Over to you, Rick.
Ball Cats out on the wing. That's G. No.
16.
Turn. Looking inside. No. With the mark. He's going to look for the runners. No one running. We've got a lead coming from the pocket.
No, ignores that.
Looking into the sun. Looks for the next dive. No good.
Ball scooped up nicely by the Crows. Dequane Mick, who played in the last
Look
game.
for the run. Next run. Oh.
He's got it again. And Dequane is in the Colt squad. Rick,
Yes.
is that correct?
Senior player in the Colt squad.
Yeah, you get it out in front of the Crows who like to run. Have one bounce. Looks inside. Pops a nice pass down to the forward line. Well sport by the Cats. The ball's in dispute going towards the boundary line. Picked up by the Cats. Flicks a handball out the back. It's covered by the Crows. Now the Cats have got it.
On the go, looking down the wing.
He looks for a mark in the middle of the ground. Carla Munda, was it?
Callan Shovel.
Carlin Shovel. Picks out his own player on the wing.
Keeps running. Gets it back.
He stops.
Callan's open, but not looking like he's moving.
There's not much movement up in front of him. It's a bit different than the last game. The last game had a lot of movement, a lot of running. Orlando Circle picks the ball off on the half-back flank for Crows. He's looking in the middle of the ground. Pops the drop punt in there.
Oh, there's Herwin. Oh!
And the good spoil, he picks the ball up. He's indicating for him to come forward to him. Pops it on the left. Beautiful pass. And he hits him right on the 50-metre line. He goes back and to take his kick. Number 11. Not sure who that is. I think that could be Ali Hobbs, Senior.
Number 13, I reckon.
Oh yeah, it is. It's Ali Hobbs Senior. He'd be 45 years old. Doesn't make the distance. His 45-year-old leg hasn't got quite the stinging as it did. The Cats now break free. He's 40 metres in the clear, has a bounce, pops up forward, beautiful pass, hits number Kenyon Munda, who looks in ground, finds his player, working down the middle of the ground. He scrubs the kick, but it gets to the player. He swings on to the left, but he's covered, up they go, and picked off by a young Daisy Bell. He sees a target further up, nice tumbling mark, turns onto his right, pops it over top, he's got runners everywhere. This is Dequane Mick again. He goes one way, then the other, does a Murphy Reed handball over the head.
To no one.
To no one, bumps him off, the ball's in dispute on the boundary. It's being locked in, no, it's been knocked out again. All the tackles are coming left, right and centre. Beautifully knocked out into the path of a Cat who pops it forward to a man standing by himself, number 19. Dummies with the right foot and then goes onto the left. Brings it down the flank to a very fast leading player. Herwin Laurel drops the mark. He's gone back in. No, he's Carlin. He does the old palm off. Ball in dispute. 42 picks it up beautifully. Puts it out in front of his man. He's being chased from behind. Number 3 pops it forward, sees a man loose on the corner of the square. He sees another man loose inside the 50-metre arc, and a really nice, neat drop punt finds his man about 45 metres out from goal, almost directly in front. What do you think of that passage of play, Rick?
I'm very impressed by your commentating, actually.
Don't say that. The people who are listening mostly don't like it at all. I can't, even with my glasses on, I can't see who the players are. And the last game when Lonnie Wilson broke out of the centre and kicked that 50-metre goal, I attributed to Hayden Button.
Yeah, no, we said let's let him have one.
Now what's happened there? Looks like we've had a goal scored.
Got one that just...
Number 23. Your mate. One you've been talking about. Put his own hands on his...
Ali Hobbs. Yeah, Ali Hobbs. Yeah. Yeah, well, he'll be happy. We'll hear that story a few times during the week. Does it remind you of your attempt on goal down there today?
I don't think I even got an attempt on goal. It was all about the young boys today.
Oh, that's what we like.
And it looks like this Cats team is very young today.
It is. Now, how did you rate the Blues?
The Blues were very impressive.
What were the best points?
Just the run and carry.
Yep. Up they go in the centre. Big JB. Is it JB?
Is he going again?
Yeah. He wins the knock there. He gets the ball out of the centre. Daisy Bell breaks. I think it's Daisy Bell breaks clear. Number 40 and hits his man. No, it's not his man. It's the opposition on the chest on the half-back flank. He sees loose players on the wing. Ball's bobbling around on the ground. There's 2 players in. And his beautiful pass into that deep forward pocket on the river side of the ground. He looks inboard, sees another one and passes it off.
There we go. Now we know Herman Ploy doesn't have the leg for this one, so I reckon he's going to look for someone late.
This is Herman Laurel?
This is Herman Laurel. Age 14. He's just had a trip to Perth representing Fitzroy in the next generation Fremantle Academy.
And a good little player.
He's gone the top. He's gone the top! He had the distance.
And it looked like it clipped the post. What's the decision? It's all clear?
Out of bounds.
Out of bounds on the full. Right. And isn't that your full back for
that's Latrell for the Colts.
Yeah, Latrell.
Latrell Lamardi.
Then Marty, yeah.
Lamardi.
Yeah. Yeah, he's played a pretty decent
Zion
game.
Newell, who just kicked it out of the pocket. D-Payne on the run.
Beautiful.
Looks like he hasn't ran at all today.
Beautiful forward handball, 1 bounce. He's running under that light tower on the riverside of the ground, has a 2nd bounce. He's looking for a lead, but he has to turn back on himself. Handballs over the top to a loose player. Goes onto his left foot, drives towards goal. They're all players in the clear. 3 Crows to 2 Blues to Cats. Ball's in dispute. It's bobbling around. Wait for it to pop out.
It hit the post.
Picked up by the Crows and whacked into the post. So at the moment, the Cats are
1-1.
1 goal 1 to the Crows yet to score. Now that must have been a Crows score. It's been kicked in by the Cats.
1-1 to 0.
The 1-1 to the Crows. Yeah, sorry. The shadow's starting to move across the ground here now, just about enveloping the whole ground. The players must be very relieved about that as the Cats work their way down this near side wing. Pops it in front of his player, 3-1, and I think the 3 are going to win this. Maybe they won't.
Disputed throw that one.
Yeah.
Leave
umpire.
No, he's called it.
Umpire Goodgie's paid advantage. Bobs through to the back.
Keep it in front.
Scrambles a kick towards goal, and it looks like it's touched over the line for another point to the Crows. You were saying the Cats look young. Have they got many of their league players from last year, or is this a bit to throw together?
I think it's a bit of a throw together. I did see a couple of primary school boys with jerseys on, so...
Yeah, just to let the viewing public know that these are all scratch matches that are in leading up to our competition in 2 weeks' time. A lot of these remote communities find it quite difficult to put together their teams because they don't necessarily all live in the same community. They live in different communities, don't get to train together very much, as the cats now look like they're going to have a shot from about 45 metres out. And so we have this round for
after the
siren goes, and he'd be about 42 metres out, so he's mostly kicking from about 45.
That's if the 50 metre mark got painted at 50 metres.
It was. I measured that myself yesterday, mate. Who's kicking this?
Is it Callan Monday?
Looks like Callan.
Yeah,
a big, strong version of him, and he's made the distance easily. He's pumped that through for a goal. Yeah, Callan Munda.
Doing Callan Munda things.
Yes, Callan Munda is about 20 kilos heavier than when he won the Davies medal about 4 years ago, but still got those skills and evened the scores at the end of the first quarter. Your view on the first quarter?
Probably it's a show of what the game is. A bit of boys who are playing their second games, the young boys moving around. They're just sort of working out who's who out there. I think the second quarter might move a bit more free, and I reckon we'll see a few more goals scored.
Now, just go back to the last game between the Blues and the Lions. You know a lot of those guys in there because they're in your Colts squad. A summary of any of those guys and how they played?
It was great. It was good to see them all doing the things that we've been training. They were just running. They were finding their space, running from behind, picking up the hand passes nicely, and just their pressure, their hunger for the ball was exactly what we've been training for. And there's probably a handful between the two teams, and if we chuck a team full of those little hunters in a pack, I think we're going to go pretty well.
Give us some names and what you thought their best exploit was.
For the Blues, it was great to see Lennox doing his thing off half back. Where
That's Lennox Bamba?
Lennox Bambra.
Yeah.
Coming off half back for Blues, that's just what he does when he plays footy. He competes great. And he just loves that wing. He sees open space and he just wants to run in it. And then he can spin and twirl and get free, get a kick, and set it up moving forward. And then
was Nayshawn on that wing in front of him?
Nayshawn was. Yeah, there was a lot of link-ups between Nayshawn and Lennox. Even Declan was on the other wing. It was
that's Declan Mick.
Declan Mick. He was the senior player.
And Nayshawn Nobuda. Yeah.
Yep. And then we had on the lines. There was Ikeem Brown. He was in the midfield, just tearing it up. He every time he got the ball, he'd break free, kick it into, have a scoring opportunity from that. Willow Williams was doing the same thing. He was in the forward line, midfield and back, and when he got to the ball, you don't know which way he's going to twist and turn. The little kid. I think he turned me inside out.
One of the things from last year was when we went down to play in that Colts competition, we didn't have a very big team. This year there seems to be a bit more size, particularly in the forward line. I see Genghis Bedford kicked a few goals, and he's got some decent size to him. He's going to be a handy addition to the Central Kimberley team.
Definitely handy size, and I think he can back his size as well, the way he just sort of throws himself into a pack. He's got great hands as well, so even though he's throwing himself into a pack, he can take the big grabs, and he's got a beautiful kick on him. So and in that game, I think first quarter he might have got 3 straight up.
Yeah.
And I think he was pretty happy with himself. So I think we'll just be feeding him in that same position in the Colts.
The Fitzroy Saints, as we call ourselves these days, have been renowned to be a small mosquito fleet, and ball pressure is one of the things that sort of won us a few of these Colts championships. Any more big guys that impress in that side that can feed this mosquito fleet?
Lanston Wallaby, he's just a beast of a player. Don't get in front of him because he's going to go straight through you. And when he gets the ball, the whole team backs behind him and they just want to run with him. He's a beast. He loves the back line, and he brings that sort of bigger body presence, which we do need. And then, but I think compared last year with that Colts team, last year we were all learning. We were a young side. had a go at coaching them. I didn't know pretty much the majority of the boys. This year we've built something special, and I think we're actually looking like a team, and everyone's excited.
Kenyon Munda?
Kenyon Munda, yeah, he can jump, that kid. So I don't know where he'll play, but wherever he plays, he's going to do damage.
And some of those younger guys like Lyndon Nichols, I think, kicked 2 goals in that game. Just crumbing in the forward line.
His goal sense is next level. He can get a ball, twirl it on his finger, and he can turn anyone inside out, and he just always knows where the goals are, if he's setting up a goal or if he's having a shot on goal. His game sense and his balance on the field is amazing.
Right, the players are back on the ground for the start of the second quarter. Ainsley Jack, one of our senior umpires, is chucking the ball up as the little kids are still trying to clear the oval. The Crows pick it up, break free, but a bit of pressure put on the ball carrier, but he gets his kick away, and the Crows standing in front take the mark, and the Cats player didn't have much opportunity to get his fist to that. Good positioning in the front of the pack. He's lining up. He's most probably 30 metres from goal.
Straight in front. Let's go.
He's pushed that out to the right.
Right.
And it's a point to the Crows, which makes them 1 goal 2. 1 goal 3.
Well, we've got another one here. Carlston Buck, he's another Colts boy. He's found some space.
On this side of the ground where the ball's coming out.
He's about to take this mark.
Yeah, he's looking down the ground. He's a bit of a tackling machine, Colston. Did he play in an early game?
He played for the Blues in the early game.
Yeah, and he hits his target, number 19. He's looking inside. He ignores that leg, pushes it longer to a spare man in the middle. He takes the mark, having a look in the ground, can't see, sees a player running loose on the this outer wing. Number 1 takes the mark, has a bit of a run, pops up in front of his leading forward. He gets the ball deep into the pocket, hooks it back towards goals, and it was dropped on the last line of defence, but then scooped up by his teammate, which is good. Lando Thurkel stood and waited for the ball, and the ball eluded him. One of the Cats now pick the ball up, centre the ball to the middle of the ground, one-handed attempt to take the mark. The ball spills to the Crows. There's a bit of bubbling around going there. They might pay, but no, they get the ball free and now hook the ball towards the middle of the ground. Up they go in the middle of the ground, almost a nice mark to the Cats. The ball spills over the back of the pack. The Crows are in best position to take advantage of that, but the handball goes straight to number 11 for the Cats, number 8 for the Cats, who swings it to his teammate, sees the player on the point of the square. He looks further down into the pocket, and the lead, and a beautiful kick, about a 45-metre pass. He's about 35 metres. He looks for a lead in the middle of the ground and picks it out, about 30 metres out on a 45-degree angle. He's looking around like he's not all that confident to kick this either. There's a player tempted to run past him and then decides not to. He loads up, not confident of the kick. I can see why he wasn't confident of the kick, but the ball falls nicely in.
I think that might have been one of those primary school kids.
Right, well, he deserves a pat in the back because he
did well.
He hit his man on the chest. Can't work out who the guy is with the ball at the moment.
7.
I haven't got the list of numbers with me here to know. Mark took the phone with him that had on. He's lined up for goal. It's swinging to the left, but it's swung through the middle. Goal to the Cats, takes them to 2 goals straight. To 1 goal 3-9. Rick's waving to his wife down here, Emmy. He's
waving for some water.
Multi-skilled Rick Kennedy, coach, runner, fight breaker upper, all-round good guy, and commentator. The ball's tossed up in the middle of the ground by Levi Goodgie. A big thump forward by the Cats. 2 of them run forward to the play. Can't pick the ball up, paddling in front. Round he goes around the player, but unfortunately his kick falls short, and the Crows pick the ball up on a full back line. He drives the ball out into the wing. He's going back, having a look to see if there's anybody on offer. There's not much run happening at this time of the day. He does pop it over the top, There's a bit of pressure put on, but the Cats get it back. Number 17 swings in the middle of the ground, goes over the top of his player, bounces into the middle of the ground. The Crows pick it up, picks it up, sees a target in the middle of the ground, pops it to him. He sees a runner on the other wing, puts it out in front of him. He goes onto his left foot, drives it long towards centre half forward. Up they go. Ali Hobbs over the top, and I would think will be paid the mark.
Is it nut? Play on.
Play on. And the Cats get the
They're
ball
on the
there.
run. Here we go.
I think that was a good decision.
Connell. You got a tackle, ball up.
The couple of players looking like
They're looking like for a bit of time.
Yeah, the cramp starting to set in. As the sun goes down, the lights are on at the Fitzroy Crossing Oval. A nice crowd in today, Rick. It was for a set of scratch matches.
It's great to see community back. Footy's back. Smiles are back. Here we go.
Filming footies here. Nearly a good mark by the Crows. Oh, he runs over the top of one of the Cats boys who just passed it forward, flicks out the handball to a guy running past, sees a player in the middle. He's free. He sees players loose on this outer wing, puts it out in front. It's a sort of a slow motion pick up, lovely kick out in front of his leading teammate, but a little bit strong, and goes out of bounds. Looks like on the full down at the police station end.
Crows kick in. Ooh.
Orlando's coming off. Looks like he's got a bit of a limp. I hope he hasn't damaged himself.
Zion Newell on.
Zion Newell. He's one of our Colts. It should be.
He should be.
Who's this roaring across the half-back line? He's made a lead, 40-metre lead, and they've honoured it.
42.
Flicks it out onto the wing to Zion Newell, who just come on the ground. It looks like he drops the mark. He handballs over the top. He's taking on the player. It was Keenan, was it?
Yeah.
He took him on, busted through, but the Cats have got the ball. Handball's off. Proper kick was going in the direction of Zion Newell, who takes the mark. He's looking in the middle of the ground. That's where it goes. There's a couple loose on the outside of them. Will they get it on? Yeah, nice little left foot pass out in front of the Crows. The Cats man read it better than both. Picks it up, gets onto his right foot, delivers forward beautifully to one of the little guys up forward. Bit of shepherding going on. He pops it over the top. He's got another little bloke in front. Might have a couple of school kids kicking a goal there. It's floating and floating and floating. Unfortunately, it doesn't go into the goals.
Casman cleans it up from the back line.
Who was that?
Casman Callan.
Kevin, beautiful. This is Latrell, your man.
Yeah.
Kicks into the man on the mark. Ball spills down, but Cats all alone by themselves in that forward pocket. Oh, it's been smothered. The man on the mark came from nowhere. What did Dennis Committee say that when he famously chased down like a librarian? Yeah.
Richard Yamalulu's scrapping for it, gets it out.
Which one's Richard?
Crow 16.
Crow 16.
With the
He's
tackle,
another
takedown.
tackle.
There he
Yes.
is. He's one of our boys. There's tackles going everywhere.
That's going to be holding the ball.
Holding the ball.
Yeah, Levi didn't miss that one.
See what they're like on the kickback. Here we go.
Oh,
they're coming through the middle, looking straight up, attacking. Kick inside 50s high, looking for a jump. Nice pull. Now he's free. He's got numbers. Cats are attacking the outer side wing. No one go forward.
oh, that's the last game.
Oh, is it?
Yeah.
Gone inside, chopped up by the Crows, and now they're coming back.
The Cats.
No, you're doing well there, Rick. We left you alone for a little while.
Yeah, I'm trying to find my way. And great leader. He's cool. He's going for goals. Now this is the goal they practice.
And who's this kicking it?
Don't know who that was, but
I'll tell you what, he's nailed it.
And he's got it.
No, 1 point.
1 point. I thought he was.
Down at the Junger end of the ground, kicking into that afternoon sun. We'll give him the benefit of the doubt.
Yeah.
So the score at the moment, 1-4 to 2 goals straight. So there's only 2 points of difference here at the Fitzroy Crossing Football Oval. The fullback's looking around, seeing if there's any movement. There's not a lot.
There's no movement.
There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 of the Crows players blocking up the space.
Kenyon Munda.
And he picked out the tallest bloke, which was handy. And as he goes to kick it, the siren goes.
Half time.
For half time. 2 points the difference. You know what? I thought everybody was looking at us, but in actual fact, they're looking at the big TV screen that's just underneath our feet.
Now they're looking at us.
And right in front of us is our man Callan Hatchman. The lights from the oval shining off the top of his head almost blind him.
Oh, Leonard's just taking it clean out of the middle.
Mate, you're into it.
Cats looking a bit more lively now. They must love the shade. There's Carlton Park rushing it forward. It's getting locked in. It ain't coming out. Ball up between the 50 and the square.
Yes,
Kenyon Munda to himself with the punch. Lee Ryan.
Oh, it's going to bounce over the young fella's head.
Little Lawrence. Bad luck. And he's kicking it straight back. He's always played on. Hey, Mr. Spinks.
And then number 7, he gets it and he sees the man running in front of him. He picks it up.
Lulu. Isn't that a good name?
Yes. And he runs really smooth.
Bad luck.
Is Richard one of the guys that's on our Colts squad?
He is, and that's Casares Baker's just kicked it out of the back as well.
He's done quite well.
The sales has kicked.
Is that Taylor again?
He's just chipped it and been chopped up. Yeah, he's played on. He's looking for that crossover. Great kick.
Puts it out in
into the
front.
centre.
Hardly has to break stride. He looks down the ground. He sees a 2-1 contest down there, and Mr. Hobbs takes the mark. He's pointing to the man on the mark, trying to milk a 50. Now he's saying, "I'm going to have a shot for goal." We'll see if his leg is still standing up to the pressure of senior footy. He gets close to the man on the mark. He looks like
Everyone's
he's gone pretty close.
I thought he was going to chop out the back. No, here we go. Cats are playing out of the back pocket. Looking to the rec centre side.
Nice run. Having a bounce. He's just about burnt his man out here. He's about 50 metres in the clear.
Herwin Laurel.
Herwin has a bounce, has a look up. And he looks like a good kick.
Yes.
He should run past and get the ball back because the Crows guys aren't following, but looks in the middle of the ground. Beautifully plays on, has a bounce. Goes around one. Gets his balance. Handballs to the little guy. He handballs as well. He got rid of it pretty quick. And they bust through the Crows. Asman Senior's most probably played 300 games of footy for all these different clubs. Asman Junior played in the last game for the Blues and did actually quite well. Crows get it onto the wing. Now they've got loose men everywhere. They flare out wide. It's picked up by one of the Crows players. Orange Boots flicks it inside, looking for a player. Beautiful neat pass, about 45 metres out from goal on a 45-degree angle. He's having a look. Will I do this myself or will I pass it off? The umpire has given 50 metres. I think somebody must have gone too close to the man on the mark in the 5-metre zone. Well, if you can hear any cheering in the background, it's the Collingwood Eagles game. The Eagles not far. They kicked the goal for the Crows, was that?
Yeah, it looks like one of those schoolboys.
Number 10 for the Crows. From the 50-metre penalty, maybe a bit stiff, but that's what happens in footy. As we can see, one of our umpires, I think, on the other side of the ground doing stretches. Looks like Levi Goodhue. Ball's thrown in there by Darren. Taylor Munda still showing his skill. Pops the handball over the top, but not very effectively. He needs to kick it, most probably. The kick smothered off the boot from the Crows. It's handballed forward by the Cats. It's your man again, isn't it? There.
That's D
Queen, yeah. He's another tackling machine. Puts the pressure on the ball, spills to the Cats. They're pushing it down to their forward line. They're not going very far, though. Now he breaks clear, opens up the goals, and has pushed it wide to register a point. So that now moves them to. You can see the scoreboard. I can't. 2 goals for?
2 goals for 2 goals 1.
Yes. The Crows in front.
Crows front. It's a long way over there. I can't see that far.
My 71-year-old eyes are struggling. And a great mark by Orlando Thurple. Big, strong man in front of the pack. Good pressure from the Cats. And it's fumbled over the boundary line. Oh, last man, and he's going to pop it out of bounds. No, it bounces in.
Bounce off the cone, I reckon.
The players seem to be getting a bit tired. There's a few mistakes creeping into their game.
It's gone up in there. We've got a few jumpers. Here we go. Oh, no.
3-1. Will the 3 win out? No,
they've all gone in fast, coming out.
The Cats. No, the whistle
in danger.
The whistle's gone. Damien Cherubin, the umpire, one of our long-serving umpires and ex-player from the Baylor Bulldogs, who's been umpiring, made that call.
Brody Yambo's just done his fullback duties, and Latrell's kicked to space. There we go. They got numbers up in front.
Dequane Mick.
They're running in front now.
He's going to dummies the handball, then sees the lead, but beautifully picked off by the Cats. That was really well read. Just floated in from behind. Now he turns onto the right foot. He crosses to the other side of the ground, opens the play up, but he hasn't got any movement in forward of him. So he's got to come back into the centre of the ground. He stands, waits for another lead to come. There's a lot of hands in the air waving and not much running happening on, but he's got 4 players out here. One of the little guys gets the ball, pops it beautifully to number 10. He marks, looks inside, sees a player in the middle of the ground. He's got players on the outside of the ground running for him, but unfortunately picks out a crow. 40-metre handball into the middle of the ground. He flicks off the handball as the other crow streams past him, left foot wide out towards that light tower on the far centre forward flank. 2 crows to 1 cat. Over the top. Will he be awarded a free kick? Yes, I think there's a push in the back. And the free kick will go to the Cats. No, go to the Crows. Starting to get a little bit dark before the lights cut in here. It's around about 5 o'clock at night, and the sun sets fairly early here. In the dry season, they go across ground, and it's picked off by the Crows.
Casman
Callan?
No.
Don't
know who that is. Number 19.
Yeah. I don't know. I've got my list, but I'm 18. Is it? This is what they call the blind leading the blind here. Our apologies to our listeners for the not being able to name the players. And
he's done well.
But he's nailed that kick. He won't like the fact when he watches this again and we can't tell everybody his name after that beautiful kick. But anyway, we're learning as we go along. Hopefully during the season things will improve and we'll be able to become better at this game of commentating. As the sun sets slowly in the east. No, west. That's right.
Yeah, it sets in the west.
Sets in the west. Gee.
How old are you?
Oh, too old. Forgot which side the sun rises and sets. I was looking east, that was the problem.
Oh yes, yeah, I'll give that one to you then.
I can see the sun on the trees and the oval on the other side, the eastern side of the oval. Yeah, that's my excuse.
Look at this kick inside, what have we got? Got a little guy?
And 2 big guys, and the big guys win. Pops it forward to the runners. He takes a nice mark, asks to play one. Runs past 3 players. Puts it on his left foot over the top, nice as a Zion Newell, but he doesn't try very hard and he's outstripped by the Cats guy coming forward. His target trips over but has enough time to stand up, dummy over a few, handball over his head. And he's gone right across the goal. That's young Bilgen, isn't it? That's one of the Bilgen boys. Right, ball being brought into play.
Erwin Laurel's doing his best out there. Great forward pressure.
And there goes the siren.
3/4 time.
3/4 time. Look, he's picked the ball up. He reckons he's going to run and have a shot. Quite an entertaining game. The score's close.
Yeah.
So, what's the scores up on the scoreboard there?
3 goals 4, 2 goals 1. there'd be 8 boys out there between the two teams playing their second game.
Right, I think we're back on air, and well, while we were off air, Rick, you were saying that there's about 8 boys out here that are playing their second game today, and these are the Colts boys.
Yes, yeah, all Colts boys, which is great. They're getting
as their coach, you'd encourage that.
Yes, to see we didn't get a game this week, and it's actually good to watch them from up here and just see that they're running. That's what we're going to have to do next week. We're going to have to play 2 games in the day. And to see them still running now and actually having an impact of the game is amazing. They're not showing any signs of weakness. Here we go.
Ball's thrown to the centre. The Cats win the clearance, as they did in the third quarter. Bang it long to the goal square. One of the Crows is down there to be intercepted. A flick over the shoulder towards goals, and I think it might hit the post.
Everyone's kicked it.
Is another goal?
Crumbed it in the goal square and got it on his foot.
Right, some good crumbing down there in the goal square. A bit difficult to see. It's starting to get a bit dark down that end of the ground. But so the Cats now
3-1 to 3-4.
3-1 to 3-4. So they've snuck within 3 points of the Crows. The Crows did this a bit last year, but it's a bit hard to judge this game because obviously there's so many different players playing that didn't play last year. I'm just looking in the forward line down here. It looks like the 6-6-6 rule certainly out of whack as the Cats go forward again. Handball over the top of the head. The Murphy Reed type handball started to show itself as a tactic up here these days. There's not a player within 50 metres across the half forward line.
They do not want to move up.
No.
We'll just let it midfield do their thing.
He's got a paddock in front of him. He wants to run, and he does, and the Cats guy falls over to it, and he sockers it forward. He's still got another 25 metres in front of him. He wants to go, which he does, and he handballs. He's buggered now, and he handballs it out of bounds.
Good word.
Yeah, the legs just gave away. The lactose had kicked in, and unfortunately, last touch out of bounds, and the Cats regained control. Pushes the drop punt into onto the just outside the 50-metre arc, again marked by the Cats in defence. He's going to go around behind his mark. 4 points of difference in this game. The Cats seem to be getting into space, and there's not a lot of run. Well, we have got a bit of chase this time by the Crows, but Talamunda escapes, puts it out in front of his player, dodges one way, then the other, caught, handballs out, flicks it back to the middle of the ground, but again the Crows cut the ball off on his legs. He's got a couple of loose players out on the half forward flank on the wing on this side of the ground. Kieran Ridley goes one way, then the other. Kieran was the youngest, fairest and best winner in our league a long time ago as a 15-year-old. He still shows he's got a bit of dash in him with that kick. The ball now floods down to centre half forward for the Crows, but the Cats cut it off. He looks out onto the wing. They got I think it's Callan. No, not Callan. JB,
yeah.
JB marks. He sees a target in the middle of the ground, picks it out and he puts it in front of him. You've got 2 players there. The Crows slowly jog towards him. That kick didn't go very far and picked out one of the Crows, who then gets gang tackled and holding the ball. Plays on quickly. Swings it over his left shoulder. Up they go, and the Crows drop the mark. There's a few mistakes being made, and looks like the umpire's paid a throw to the Crows. So he's looking out here on the school side of the oval, and he's given him 50 metres. Again, he's the only one running. Everybody else seems to be walking towards the goal, so there's not a lot of movement. He has got a player free on both sides of the ground. If he has a look, he'll see in the middle of the ground Kieran Ridley streaming forward, takes the mark right on 50. He backs off, has a look. He's got a couple of players leading for him. He ignores those, goes long to the goal square where it's 2-on-1. The Cats drop the mark. The ball turns over the back. There's a attempted soccer and a beautiful tackle, but he didn't have a chance to get rid of it.
Ball up in the goal square. Let's see how they set it up. Fast goal.
Yeah, we've had a few crumbing goals at that end. Big thump by the Cats.
Didn't go far. We'll try and crash and bash.
They do escape now. He has one back coming through the pocket.
Running out.
Nice kick by Callan. Over the top though. Zion Newell gathers nicely for a big bloke, tries to duck into the tackle, and that'll be holding the ball.
Holding the ball. Oh.
Yes. Ainsley Jack, our umpire, central umpire, says holding the ball, a really good decision. He now looks on the other side of the ground to a runner running through the middle of the ground, does nicely, picks up his left foot, drills it down the ground to another free Cats player on the inside of the square. He handballs forward, he's looking for goals, he pops it over the top. There's a diving attempt for a mark, the ball spills free. It's in dispute again as the Cats gather in numbers. A side kick off the right hand side of his right foot, and he's got a point.
That was a good passage of play, a lot of effort. Unfortunately, they couldn't get their rewards.
Yep. Not a lot of pressure on those players through the middle of the ground. A number of the players tired this time of night. And this is the last game of the day as the sun sets gradually in the west. Good competition on the thing. Zion Newell, much bigger man, was able to get the ball inside, and it's been flicked across the face of the goals. It's floating out to that far pocket. The Cats are there. He does an inside-out kick, and I think he's scored a point. So the score now is, Cal? 1 point the difference.
3 minutes to play.
With 3 minutes to play. Our cameraman is right on the ball here. Thank you, John. The ball's flicked out to this far wing near the boundary line. He's got a man over the top. If he wants to use him, he doesn't use him. He looks inboard, sees number 3. He fires the handball forward. It's fumbled. It's picked up by the Cats. They might well be able to get the score back now if they can get it forward. This flicks the handball. Big torpedo to nobody in particular. They're lining up underneath it. There's 3 crows to 1 cat, and now the numbers equal up. Callan Munda tried, but he breaks through the Cats man, breaks through the
balancing on his head.
Beautiful bit of juggling of the ball there. Picked up by the Cats. There's a man free. Will he take the mark?
Nah.
Yes.
No.
He's bobbling it around. Handball's over the top. There's going to be a rolled goal, and it's going through for a point. We might end up with a draw here. No, we won't.
That's a goal.
The tricky little forward pocket snavelled the ball as it hit the ground, put it on his left foot, and right through the high diddle. We've got 2 minutes left to play, and there's 5 points of difference, I believe. Can you read the score?
I cannot read that scoreboard.
27 to 22.
27 to 22.
I hope everyone else is having trouble reading that scoreboard, and not just me.
Well, my glasses are fogged up, so I can't see a thing. As the Kite Hawks circle around us up here, we're
looking for a feed, aren't they?
Fairly high in there. I don't think we've got any hot dogs here for them to pinch. No canteen today, unfortunately, but I'm told by my darling wife that the canteen will be operating for the first round of fixtures, and hot dogs will be available. Now the Crows might be able to pull this back in the dying seconds of the game. They found a target in the forward pocket about 25 metres out on about a 60-degree angle. I can't tell you who it is because he's got a dark green jumper with a dark black number.
Lots of people moving around.
But he's lining up.
He's going for it. Oh, no.
70 seconds to go. He looks inboard. Here we go. Kieran Ridley spots somebody else much closer, only about 15 metres from goal, but still on a tighter angle. Yes.
1 minute.
1 minute to go. He's backing away. He doesn't know the time because he can't. Well, maybe he would be able to see it on the scoreboard if he didn't have his back to it. He's going to look for another target. And he found him right in front of goals. Slack marking by the Cats there, letting the Crows players get into open spaces. I don't think anybody's going to lead now because there's only about 30 seconds to go. If he dobs this, they'll win by a point. If he misses, which he doesn't, he's got a goal. And there the Crows are going to win this one because by the time the ball gets back to the centre, I'd imagine the fat lady would have sung and the game will be over. Not that we've got any fat ladies in Fitzroy Crossing. What do you reckon, Rick?
About the game?
Yeah.
It was a good game.
Good game. The Central Kimberley Footy League's Bujiman weekend is drawing to close. The last throw up of the by Damien Chestnut. He blows the whistle, and there goes the siren for the end of today's fixtures. So a really good game of footy. Any comments on the day, Rick?
No, great. Just great to see everyone back at footy. Everyone's happy. Footy's back in Fitzroy, and I think there's a few people who've got some bragging rights of today.
Yeah.
I think round one's gonna be a blast.
Congratulations to the organisers. I think Callan and his gang, yourself and others, well done. It's certainly the start of a season always is a pretty difficult time, and particularly getting the remote communities organised. Have you got a comment, John, you'd like to make on the footy that you've seen today, as you've been around the country a fair bit?
Yeah, watched a lot of footy. It was a slow start, wasn't it? I didn't know whether we were going to get a game at all, but as soon as we started, it was fantastic. The crowd turned up, the atmosphere was great. And what I did note is at the start of the day, even though there wasn't a game on, no one was worried. They were still as relaxed. They were relaxed at the end of the game as they were at the start of the day.
And I think that's synonymous with the way the football is played in the Valley. They love their footy. They get pretty dinkum about it.
They do.
But it's enjoyable, and I'm just having a look at all the players congratulating themselves and shaking hands out there, which is really good to see. Admittedly, there's not a lot of stake in today's games, but
definitely not.
But the brothers are all shaking hands and talking to each other, and I think it's a good day's worth of footy.
Definitely. I think also a couple of weeks' time when all the new jerseys turn up, it's going to be really interesting. The boys are going to be real proud to play for their teams, and it's going to be a great round one. I can't wait.
So next Saturday, filming footy is going to be at the Colts Championships in Broome.
All game.
Yeah, so those who are watching or listening today, tune in for some real good Colts footy, and you'll be able to see some of the boys today that you saw in action today, playing Broome and Kununurra Halls Creek leagues, and some pretty exciting Kimberley boys playing footy. Tune in and have a look next weekend, and in the following week we've got the first round of fixtures starting in that first week in June, which we after today's effort, which is 4 times better than what we did last year in this same slot when we only had one game. We're looking forward to some big things, and thanks very much to Filming Footy for coming and providing this wonderful viewing platform and filming place, and we'll see you next week.